scouts are now working twice as hard than the coaches. He said it is a shame, but it is the truth. He said because before them who are in the NNL and the MPFL will discover these new boys, scouts have seen them in competitions, grassroots football, and they've taken some of these boys out of Nigeria before you are aware of who they are.
It makes sense.
He said then they themselves are stuck with the same guys. So maybe Pillars will ship out 5 guys. They will go to that place to bring the 5 guys that Pillars shipped out and
They
bring
pick-
them to
Will you say the scraps now?
whatever they are. I mean,
Again,
do they?
I'm not saying this to
This
demean
is-
anybody
this is-
or say anything. I'm
Do
just
you know that if you have to be shipping out more than half of your team in order to bring in new boys, it is not because you are trying to convince us that they are dead woods. It's because you are just trying to tell yourself that we have to do business. Because
point.
if everybody plays and you can, in every team in Europe, you can tell the guys who are not pulling their weight.
Yeah.
If you call any fan of any club down to say who are the guys you want your club to replace, they know
Anybody
them.
can tell you easily. Yes.
Without exhausting the fingers in one hand, they will just count those names for you.
Everybody can tell
And-
you. A City fan will tell you Calvin Phillips today.
Yes.
Tell you
this one has to go. This one has
Tell
to
you
go. This one has to
Kovacic.
go.
Tell you Kovacic as well. Everybody can easily tell.
Exactly.
We see what these guys can. We see it.
But in a case where you now have to say, okay, let's move from one of these points to this other one and arrange it in such a way that, okay, the whole situation can be seamless, it gets really difficult. And I think we will just continue showing up for performative fixtures like this because that's what it
That
is.
needs to change. We should stop doing it just because.
Unfortunately.
Actions have to have intentions behind them. Stop doing it just because. That just because is exactly why we are where we are. And we keep talking about the league is this, the league is that. We are not making any difference. We are not doing anything. Rather than progressing, I can confidently say we are retrogressing. Say what you want to say about they are still 12th and all of that. That it doesn't change. Say what you want to say. We are retrogressing. Don't lie to yourselves. Do not lie to yourselves. And by the list in front of me, look at the people below Nigeria in 12th. Let me let you know that Mali are currently the 13th best ranked nation in terms of league football in Africa today. Mali climbed 2 spots, Vicky. Mali climbed 2 spots to stay 13th, which means there is a developmental pattern.
Yeah.
If they've climbed twice already, it tells you when they come next, if we on the other hand have not made any difference, they will step above us.
They just got to the quarterfinals. Who knows how much
of the
that would
exactly
mean
the coefficient
to their rankings in terms of the numbers.
Exactly. Botswana have climbed 3 spots. They are currently 16th, or they're still a minute away, but they've climbed 3 spots. Senegal have climbed 4 spots. As a matter of fact, Mozambique are new entries into the last rankings. They are 23rd, but they are new. They've broken new ground. If they continue, as long as there is a pattern to follow,
Mozambique.
and we'll come out and say who is that country. Who, at this point, let us start asking questions. Who are we?
See, let's also not try to make it look as if these countries, if they are consistent, they won't do what they have to do. I mean, a few years ago, we laughed at Tanzania to say, what are they doing? But if you have
Comoros.
Yanga FC, you have Simba, you have all of these guys,
Young Africans, I believe, as well.
year in, year out, there
And
must be something they are doing.
And the fact that these teams, you see, like take the Tanzanian league for example, like you just pointed out as well, the Young Africans, the Simbas and all of these guys. You look at the way you can tell there is a progression line. That is the most important part. There is a progression line. They are there consistently, and there is a progression line. They come this year, they made the group stage. They come next year, they are in the knockouts. Simba does this, Simba does that, and they are well backed. That's another thing. Government wise, ownership wise and everything, they are well backed. Everything is in sync. That's another thing. Synchronization, perfect harmony, perfect understanding of the process across every single person involved. Either you are just a player on the pitch, either you are the coach on the sidelines, either you are a team manager, either you are the president of a club, either you are the man over the sports minister or the commissioner in this state. Everybody understands the process, and everybody is working towards that goal. Everybody pushes in the same direction. You can tell there will be results.
Okay, let's of course go to games. Yes, FA Cup action is kicked off. Bolton Albion against West Ham United. 12 minutes on the clock. Yes, it is goalless right there in that game. Bolton definitely trying to make it difficult for West Ham United. They're asking all the questions, quite okay, but so far they have not been able to crack it. They thought they had a penalty, but Mavropanos charged the player from behind. It was a harsh one, but it was a tough one for the referee. Couldn't decide on what the situation should be, and it ends that way. Penalty not given, and the game continues. I can tell you for certain that in Turkey, Cenk Biligi, yes, they lead 2-0 in the game against Rizespor. And in League One, yes, action is kicked off, raiding against Wickham, the early seconds right there. And Steven Age taking on Huddersfield in another game right there. Okay, yes, as the games come, we'll definitely take you there and bring you the action the way it is meant to be on Football Live. 090 41089, 090 44089. Yes, the numbers to call to be a part of it. Again, when it comes to conversations around talented players and other, I think that, one of the disservice that we do to ourselves is that we do not take grassroots ideas or grassroots football as serious as we should, because that is the aspect that feeds the quality of what goes to the NNL, what goes to the league itself. So I think there really should be a standard grassroots program that, like we used to have Juice Fund back in the day. We used to have some of those cup competitions where you could see some real good players, and that, okay, this is a pathway for some of these guys. So a guy who's fresh out of secondary school, who's a proper 18-year-old and plays in the league like you have in other places, but in this part they tell you the guy is 18 and you're looking at him because you're thinking to yourself, I've been 18 before really 18? Now. Exactly. Which kind of 18 you be? And then they'll be asking you, now you born now, you do where from born now. Now so now they take spoil on our own. Bro, if you see 18 years, you go no I'm not be anybody they try spoil.
We also
anything.
need to stop encouraging wrong
not
doings.
Be anybody they try spoil anything. Then 5 years down the line, the person know they perform. You go say he's old. That's why we should bring fresh legs. I is 23 old.
Are you?
I is 23 old. Except there's something you guys are not telling us, because if it is true, then the conversation should be consistent. I look at these things sometimes and I say to myself that we have to get it right. Let's leave all this talk of if you're bringing proper young boys into the team, proper young boys, so you make it so good that maybe in this league, anybody who's above 30, we should even find a way to weed out some of those guys.
I saw it start yesterday.
Because I'm saying this because what the likes of, or will say that teams cannot have more than 3 30-year-olds. More than 3 30-year-olds start a game. Any team that does that will pay a certain amount of money. Because I'm thinking to myself that you see the Brazilian league and the rate at which young stars, guys who are still teenagers, are coming to Europe, top clubs in Europe. It means that there is a deliberate decision or attempt to make sure the league showcases young stars who they can sell to keep these clubs going. Sell them for top dollar. I mean, not be.
And they sell well.
Yes,
they sell very well. If you are a Dutch club, they know that if you are a Dutch club coming, they know you will still sell.
You may not exactly
so
have the money.
Cheap
they put sell-on clauses and all the rest. And
if you are a big club coming directly, pay the top dollar and let's move on.
Exactly. So if a guy who's already 30 is claiming 22, 23, and then he gets sold, he goes out and he doesn't perform well. When you're already 30, you go to a place like Egypt and you don't perform well. You are not only doing it against yourself, you're also spoiling the job for those who will subsequently come from Nigeria.
Yes.
Where people will say, okay, we have Nigerians, so but I don't think we should look at that league because the last 3-4 guys we brought from there, they didn't perform.
The law of precedence.
How can they be 23
exactly,
and they are not performing? All of those sort of questions will then come to the fore once again. I think there should be a deliberate attempt or a deliberate decision, even if we have to pass some sort of legislation in our football to say, I mean, it doesn't have to go to the House of Reps and all the rest. Let's just make a decision at the league level to say, we want as many young guys as possible because these ones can give us their youth. And a guy who's 18 who's excited about the game, who's passionate about the game and wants to develop, is not thinking of 300,000 naira salary. Because 100k will probably be big for an 18-year-old guy who works really hard to make his money. So he knows he doesn't have to pay rent. The club, they have a clubhouse where he lives. He probably still stays with his parents.
Most likely.
All of those things. But at least he's making money, and then he's probably contributing to his family, and he's probably saving for his future and hoping that something would work and he'd probably go to the bigger leagues. But when you do not give, I listened to Hugo Bruce the last time, and after they qualified for the World Cup, he was now talking to comment South African coaches to say that he had a fight with them 5 years ago when he took the job, when he said that South Africa didn't have the quality to compete and there was no single South African player in Europe, and everybody was hitting at him, the South African media and the coaches and all the. He said, but in the last 4 or 5 years also, the coaches have deliberately started introducing young stars into the team. And that some of the guys, like Mbokazi, for instance, is 19.
There's this kid that there's what's his name? There's a kid in the South African team, very skilled winger.
With Bowie?
Huh?
With Bowie?
No, he was at the last AFCON. Mofokeng.
Yeah, okay, Mofokeng, yeah.
That kid.
And then there's Nkota, the one who went to Aletifak. Yes. So I mean, you look at these guys and you see the youthfulness, and you don't even have to ask. You don't even have to ask that, oh, where are these guys? Where do they play?
I don't need to question your age. I can see. Speaking of developmental files and all of that as well, let's even go mainstream Europe now. Vicky, Phil Foden is not 30.
No.
But you can. Do you know how long Phil Foden has been in the English mainstream for years?
Bro.
He's playing about his 6th or 7th Premier League, his 6th or 7th season now, and everybody can still tell, oh, he's still this young, because at the age he is now, his body still looks like it.
Of course.
He still plays like it. He still moves like it, and all of that stuff. So it goes back to that thing you were talking about. Speaking of age, and exporting and age-wise and everything, for the 105th consecutive game, VQ, Chelsea played last night. I'm sure you're aware of that. For the 105th consecutive game in all competitions, Chelsea did not have a 30-year-old in their starting level. Every single one of them under the age of 30, and that's one of the biggest clubs in the world.
You see,
Chelsea Football Club. So it tells you there is an intent. I've questioned it time and time again. I've talked about how this whole idea of buying the next young boy is not exactly feasible, and I thought but it is sustainable for them. The trophy comes in here and there. The football looks good. Say what you want to say, but I think even the squad is still has enough harmony in it to everybody to say there's really no problem in there. And it's all about keeping track. Everybody can see it. That's my problem. We export a 17 or 18-year-old today, or well, with all due respect, what we claim is a 17 or 18-year-old kid today. 5 years after, there is no development line. All of a sudden, he's retrogressed and now he's in the second division somewhere, just in European backwaters, and all of a sudden,
in Malta.
That's it.
No, in Luxembourg.
If you are at that age, you are supposed to be getting better. You're supposed to be learning new things, adapting, and blending even better. You're supposed to be scaling up in 5 years. You are too young for you to all of a sudden be scaling down. And for that reason, and because if it was just a one-off situation, it was an injury that happened to him, was an injury that happened to him, that's why all of a sudden he fell off. We have it as a constant theme. We export them as a 17, 18-year-old, or exactly, and all of a sudden in another 3-4 years down the line, struggling to make a starting 11, Division 2 somewhere, it shows you that there is a problem.
I recently, sometime last year, some agent was saying something around players in the league should be invited more to the national team. That's where they will get better. The national team is not where they polish people.
No.
But I know what they are trying to achieve with that, because I mean, I'm friends with a lot of these agents. And for those of them who never get strong legs abroad, one of the things they try to do is that when a player is growing in Nigeria and the player is making waves, they want the player to get debuted by the national team, because that's usually huge for their CV. They no longer have to preach to the buying club that, do you know this guy is good? They tell you, do you know Nigeria is a talented football nation? for this player to have been invited to the national team, be
shows
careful
who it
not to
is.
lose out on the next big thing that can come out of Africa. And then the clubs, they panic. And then they splash the money to say, let's not take any chances. And before you know it, years down the line, we could ask questions as to whether did we make the right decision? Did we do this? Did we do that? Again, sometimes these agents, they just want the hard currency as fast as
for
possible.
agents, their own is their. I think it's said agents more or less sometimes they're just there for their pockets. With all due respect,
Well, a lot of them
you
are.
go
yeah.
collect percentage now.
Most
Now
of
we
them
take Osama
are.
Bidat.
I mean, you. But I think any agent who doesn't look out for his player and how they can improve, how they can play their game, you don't go to see their game, especially in their formative days. You are not guiding them to say, okay, I'm not saying every agent should be a tactician, but listen to opinions. If you are not the football head, maybe you are too business oriented as an agent, but listen to opinions and say, okay, do it like this, do it like this, do it like this, especially when these guys are still in their formative days. And I think that's how these guys go long years with agents, and they tell you, oh, this person has been my agent since I was a kid in Brazil, since I was in South America. It has always been this person. This person brought me to Europe for my first gig, and here we are years later. Yes,
Still going strong,
it is
yeah.
things like that that, of course, that would make you want to say you want to maintain your relationship with your agent for that long and see how things will go. But yes, let's take our final round of calls on this particular subject matter as the
course, on
action
WhatsApp
continues
as
on Football Live. Yes, 090401889, 090440889. On WhatsApp, you can also reach us and drop your contribution on 090440889. Let's go around the grounds. Reading have taken the lead against Wickham, and the game between Stevenage and Huddersfield is still goalless. 24 minutes on the clock. Bolton nil, West Ham nil in the FA Cup action, of course, right there. And I can tell you that, we'll take some calls now. Hello.
Oh,
Sports
that's
Radio,
Baba
good
there.
afternoon to you. Welcome to Football Live.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you guys.
Welcome.
Well, I want to, for me,
What's
Can
your
we
name,
get your
sir?
name, please?
What's your name?
okay, my name is Henry. I'm calling from Jagamo.
All right, go on.
Okay, well, I, like the last caller, saying that most of those are the ends of our affairs in Nigerian football, killed football. I support it 100%, and I will give my reasons. I remember those days, we leave, just like what he said, we leave school to go watch matches. It was just like that. You were so proud. You learned from even those who were ahead of you. But today, you can imagine, just like you mentioned, agents, those, a senator, a governor, a commissioner. Do you know that for a player to play for a club in Nigeria, you must know either a commissioner, just like how they do in civil service. Somebody has a quota of players that are coming to play for Lobby Stars. A senator has a quota of also number of players that are coming to play for Rangers. That is how it's being done now. If you want to hear, I want you to do your diligence research. That is, players no longer come to clubs by merit. Like Fonudo said, a player can come to a club. You will be coming to the club. Before the whole world, you will sign a contract that you sign the contract of 500,000 naira. But the club will shortchange you by paying you either 150 or 200,000 naira. A lot of things are involved. See, I have a journalist friend in Abuja. I just moved from Abuja to Lagos. He's my closest friend. There are things I can't say on radio. There are things I cannot say on radio.
Go on.
So that is why my heart bleeds and I cry whenever I see the way sometimes we be saying we don't have footballers in Nigeria. It's a lie. There are millions of them, but the problem is the so-called talented footballers. It's either they are from indigent homes, poor homes, nobody to push them, and you have to. Those who bring in their players are the ones who don't know anything. A journalist told me in Lake in Abuja how a rich man who is well-to-do somehow is like a sponsor to a club, an academy. He has taken his first son to Barcelona Academy, Real Madrid. This boy couldn't do well because he's not good. They even brought him to an academy here in Nigeria.
Okay.
And the owner of the academy saw this boy. The younger brother was better. But the father was still saying, we have tried everything. You must still allow this boy to play. We want to see. And this boy is not good at all. Now, they will do everything to make that boy to even go as far as even play for the Super. After, at the end of the day, we say our Nigerian football is no longer good. I support that last caller. They've killed our football. They've killed it completely. Nigerian football is dead. Forget whatever we are doing now. We are just on the surface, so that people will know that we see us that we are a football nation. But as far as Nigeria is concerned, Nigeria is dead completely in football.
Okay.
Dead. That's my take.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts on the show. Now, I think also that even if we all do not agree that it is dead, I mean, still there. It's not dead, but the truth is, those who thrive and make something out of their career, they do it in spite of the league, not as a result of the exposure the league gives them. It is in spite of the league, because some of them will just be here, gather the money, gather from family, even if they have to take loans, and then season ends, they don't have binding contracts. Of course, you're not going to hold them to anything. They run to places like Malta, run to places like, they just go there to try anything they can try. Wait to make this league start now. Estonia, you could see their names. Finland, then all those places.
I think it was 2 years ago.
Latvia.
It was 2 years ago. I saw a list. There was a guy that did that digging for the sake of the world, and he was talking. The list was more or less a number of active players that play in foreign nations that don't play in their homeland. Nigeria had the most number on that list, unsurprisingly. But when I started seeing the countries that the 100 and something or 200 and something players, I can't remember the exact number now. This is when I was in uni. I know it was late 2023, 2024.
Yeah.
When I first saw that video, Nigeria had the most number on the list. Yes, it's good that we're exporting players, but when you now break it down geographically, how many of them actually play in Europe's top leagues? VQ, do you know the country in Laos? Laos.
Yeah.
There is a Nigerian player at least at the time.
Bruh,
there was a Nigerian player playing in Laos.
There used to be a guy.
Uzbekistan.
There used to be a Nigerian player who was the top scorer in 2011. He was the top scorer in Vietnam. He did so well that Porto bought him. FC Porto bought him after they sold Radamel Falcao. Like, this is a
Vietnam.
guy. This is a guy. I mean, I've met him too. His folks were in Kaduna then. He's
no
from the southwest.
To these countries, but
he was born in the north, and he came then to see us. I mean, came to visit, and we were talking. I didn't know him before then. I had a colleague who knew him, who was more of a field person than myself. And he came to the office, so we met and we were talking. He was telling us about, and then he told us how excited he was about going to FC Porto. But imagine a move from Vietnam to Porto. It never popped.
Vietnam.
It never popped, because you know how many backwater you are coming from to move to Europe's top league. Now, the Portuguese league may not be top 5, but they are not too far from the main guys.
If you talk first class players, now they'll be 2-1.
Exactly. So you look at all of that, and they brought the guy. From there, he went on loan, went on another loan, went on another loan. Before you knew it, I'm not sure where he is now, because of course I've lost my phone like twice. I've had to change phones, and I've lost his contact as well. Years ago, I lost his contact maybe sometime around 2015, one time like that. I lost his contact, or 2016 in Abuja also. Yeah, that was when I lost his contact. But you can imagine what you will have to do. In fact, even till last year, a guy in my neighborhood back in KD, Yaro, shouts to Jonah Gaku. He went to Vietnam, and now somebody will sabi play ball here. But brother don't do school here already, so you
Okay.
go hustle. But when you come reach there, come see say they play this ball. I sabi this ball, oh, because he really can play.
Hmm.
But I mean, when you don't day on the other side of 30 something, you no go one attempt am because oga,
It's late.
no be the age wey they play ball, be the smart go also other things. You know, so he got there and he started playing. He was to sign a deal, and I think he was really close to signing the deal.
Okay.
But they were having also a pre-season training, and then he broke his fibula,
At that age.
his fibular bone. Yes,
At that age,
Yes.
that's it. That
And
that
so
was the one.
he was treated and everything, and then of course recovery. But it took him a while. He returned to Nigeria last year. He said he will go back, but that not for the ball again. That he's been able to establish the sort of friendship that will now make him do the kind of business he wants to do, but that it's no longer going to be for the ball. That the ball has given him the right exposure to measure what
It's
he
giving
would
him an
want to
insight
do.
into what next year.
But that, bro, it's not be this ball I want to do again. This wound, when I wound, if you know what I go through, of course, at 30 something,
Yeah.
you know, so you look at all of these things, and that was even just a one-off. That's just one-off situation. You now think of a situation where there are maybe 100 of such guys. If for everyone you know, there are 100 of them across
Yeah, the mark
all of
is-
these lower leagues, you now be thinking to yourself, what is happening? Like, there's this club when they start their league in Estonia and all these other places, Pride, RSF, you
Tops
begin to
and
see
the likes,
names of Nigerians. Like, there was a particular Nigerian who was netting goals for RFS, and then he got sold to another club in the winter transfer, and he went there. He was not a starter, and then he started scoring again. And like, I was just looking at these guys. I said, all these ones now, it isn't a national team football. They hungry them.
They are just
They are
hustling.
career footballers.
They're just hustling.
They just want to play football and be able to take care of their families. They are career footballers. They are not. They are not hustling to play national team. And I think a lot of footballers have left this country with that mindset. National team is a huge boost. It takes you to another level entirely. But these guys know, say, whether country call you or country not call you,
There was a situation last
you still
year.
need to feed.
There was a situation last year. I can't remember. I think it was Ismail Sadiq or somebody, but he was supposed to be part of. He was supposed to be a member of the Chan team. Just I remember Chan was postponed from, I think, February to like July. Or it was August or something towards the end of the year or something like that. I know it was postponed, and he was a member of the initial squad that actually got us qualification and everything. And everybody was talking about, oh, he definitely would make the actual squad and this and that and this and that. At the end of the day, maybe Iraq or somewhere, I know it was somewhere, someone obscure, with all due respect, obscure like that as well. And he still make the move ahead of, staying back for the Chan and everything. They had to then get a replacement for him. They had to then replace that player as well and all of these things. It is where we find ourselves.
See, that's why the moment the person is top scorer, he's already thinking he wants to move. Not be today. Not be
Because
today.
exactly, your profile speaks for you, your agent to get you somewhere, even if it is, as long as it is just not Nigeria, make her come out, make her go.
So we years ago, when Stephen Keshi was preparing the team for a competition, rest in peace, big boss. There was a guy who was top scorer in the Nigerian league then, was playing for Kaduna United, Jude Aneke.
Yeah.
And Jude Aneke was invited to the national team, and he was overjoyed. You could tell that the young man could not he could not contain himself. Like, I guess the night before he slept, because of course we went to see him, and I had a colleague who was a field guy, so he met a lot of people more than I did. So sometimes I go out with him because, it was only fair for you to also meet people doing this kind of job.
Yeah.
So we met him, and he was telling the guy that he no sure say go fit sleep this night that he got the call and he's expected to report to the camp tomorrow. You know how people advise people, don't get too excited, don't be the first to arrive, at least wait small, don't be say early morning they'll just say.
Brush.
The guy said anything where anybody want interpret, now the person sabi.
I'm going.
Say if they have to wake up and see him at the gate, he's going to leave that impression. And I saw it in his eyes that, man,
The hunger.
yes, he
The
eventually
drive, yeah.
didn't make it into the national team to do all the nice stuff in there because, of course, there were still guys. I mean, Ide was there,
Yeah.
Emenike was there, some other top names were there who were doing well, and
Mhm.
he eventually didn't make it into the national team. But he did impress, and but by the time it was time for Chan, he had already started playing outside of Nigeria, so
That's it.
he was no longer eligible to
Thank you very
be
much to
invited.
everybody.
But again, people will tell you, where did we get the likes of Sunday Mba? Where did we get the likes of... I'm also not of the view that these people cannot be invited to the national team, but these are two different conversations now. If we are looking at the league separately and what we can do to improve it, it is different from if we think the players are good enough to be invited to the national team. Again, that's not what we're trying to discuss at this point in time. But we'll take a break. Yes, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll be going to the international scene and take a look at some of the happenings right there and bring you the talk the way it should be. Yes, on the show right here, your Champions Down Sports Radio, Brila FM. Yes, we'll talk to you when we get back in here. Stay with us. Much more to come on Football Live.
There can only be one.
Welcome back. The action continues right here. Football Live, your Champion Star Sports Radio Real FM. And yes, let's get right into more of the stories making the rounds at this point in time and bring you, what the top stories are. And of course, all that is going on in the world of sports as the action continues right here. I can tell you for certain that Tottenham Hotspur have officially announced that Igor Tudor as, the new man to take charge of the club on an interim basis, of course, until the end of the season. And we'll see how things go. Igor Tudor, of course, will take charge of the Tottenham Hotspur. Also, Newcastle United captain Bruno Guimaraes has, is expected to be out for a couple of months after sustaining a hamstring injury. The Brazilian hobbled off in the closing stages of Tuesday's 2-1 win against the Tottenham Hotspur in just his second appearance since recovering from a separate ankle issue. Head coach Eddie Howe said that the time Guimaraes was a little bit worried because he has never had a problem with his hamstring before. Guimaraes is now set for an extended spell on the sidelines in a huge blow for Newcastle United. Newcastle have obviously lost the game again as Guimaraes. They have obviously lost games where Guimaraes has played before, including a 3-2 loss at home to Brentford last week. However, Eddie Howe said his side have failed to win any of the 10 Premier League matches in which the influential Guimaraes did not feature since his debut in February 2022. Newcastle, by contrast, have a 53.1 win percentage with the Guimaraes in the side in the top flight, and they have picked up a significantly more points per game, 1.8 points per game, and goals, of course, 1.9 per match, and conceded fewer, 1.2 per match in any game he features. But Newcastle, of course, we're going to have to find a way to win without their talisman as they embark on a crunch run of games, including Saturday's FA Cup fourth round tie against Aston Villa. Sandro Tonali, Joe Willock, and Jacob Ramsey are Newcastle's only three senior central midfielders available for the trip to the Villa Park. But Newcastle expected Joelinton back from a groin injury imminently, while the club also hopes that Luis Miley will not be sidelined for too long after a dead leg. Okay, yes, these are some of the reports or stories, of course, are coming in at this point in time as the action continues right here. Of course, it's Football Live, and 45 minutes, almost half time in the game. 4 minutes were added. We're in the fourth added minute right now. It is Bolton 0, West Ham United 0. Adam, I did say these guys were tough to beat at home, that they can be very stubborn. They're pretty much living up to it.
Yeah, so far so good. It has to be said. It's one thing if they were just, conservative at the back and keeping West Ham limited. But so far so good. They've actually played West Ham. It's one thing for you to, like I pointed out, it's one thing for you to just do the job, You can say, it was good defense. It's officially halftime anyway in that fixture. But they've actually found a way to suffocate the West Ham United team, and that is and that's an actual thing. That's an actual problem, of course, for Nuno's boys. For all it is that they've done so far so good in this game. Looking at the numbers, of course, that are clouds this game so far so good at this point in time. Let me look at the stats quickly. In this particular one, I can tell you that Bolton have had 2 shots on target. West Ham have only had 1. They've had 4 block shots in this game. They've had 1 shot off target. So it tells you the intent behind it. They've had about 7 shots in this game. West Ham United, on the other hand, only 2 shots. So they are not just staying and waiting for West Ham to come at them. They are actually taking the game to West Ham United. But at the end of the day, it's halftime. West Ham are still in the game, and it takes you back to what I believe it was Gary Neville and Jamie and Roy Keane were saying the last time out. Last weekend between City and Liverpool at the time. It was goalless at halftime. West City were ahead in terms of play and everything, but it pointed out Liverpool are still in the game, and so far so good. West Ham have not been blown out of the water. For all the intent, it's still goalless. So they have everything to go for them. This
game had the biggest buzz coming into the CAF Champions League this weekend. Mamelodi Sundowns against the MC Algiers. I can tell you that Rulani Mokoena makes a return to his famous stomping ground.
Yep.
Yes, of course. And they are 1 goal down already. Sundowns have taken the lead against MC Algiers in that game. He was accused of using his former scouts in the club to steal the tactics of the current coach. And,
accused of?
Yes, he was accused. He had to deny it at his press conference yesterday to say that there was no such thing. But it is reported that there were evidence that the current scout sent him report of how they play, and all the players and all the other guys and every like it was really messy. It was messy. I've not seen Rulani look out of look that worried in a while. but he had to defend himself yesterday and picked his words carefully ahead of this game. But yes, inside the first 8 minutes, Sundowns have already gone ahead. It is 1-0 against MC Oja in that game. Now, Chelsea manager Liam Rosinho has been reflecting on his 1 month in charge of the Blues, insisting that there's been pleasing signs before praising players for their attitude towards the multitude of team meetings he's held. The former Strasbourg coach, has also been encouraged by Cole Palmer's upturn in form and hopes to see more of the same going forward. Last night, Chelsea put up a ruthless performance against Hull City. Coach Club Liam Rosinho, of course, once coached to advance to the last 16 of the FA Cup. Rosinho has now won 8 of his last 11 matches in charge, a run that perhaps makes it easier to forget that he is still in the process of convincing some of Chelsea's faithful he is worth the role. What would you score Liam Rosinho after his first month in charge of the Blues? What would you score him? How would you say he has performed in terms of what he's been able to do?
Liam Rosinho, so far so good. Big ups to the man. I have to start with that one. Very, very big ups to him. Of course, I think he's kept it simple. That's the one thing that I appreciate about what he's done so far so good for the team. He's kept it simple. He doesn't do too much. The tactics are straightforward, and the only sticky situations that I think I've seen him put himself in was the West Ham game, where they have
which he addressed in the second half. Yeah.
And exactly, he was able to correct the situation. It took a lot from them, but they were able to correct it. Aside that, I think across board, I can still give Liam a 7 of 10. And this is primarily, I'm saying 8 wins out of 11 is not bad. But I'm looking at the 8 wins and I'm telling myself, the Napoli game was probably the toughest one. That it did. I mean, of course, he lost to Arsenal twice. That one, of course, I can't argue against. But I'm saying in the 11 games he's taken over, 2 of losses to Arsenal. Look at the 8 wins he's won. I can't expect you to lose to Brentford, lose to Everton. Naturally, I expect you to beat these guys. That's why I'm saying he's kept it simple. He's not done too much, and he's just kept it rolling. For that reason, it makes perfect sense for me to just say he's doing what is expected of him at this stage. It's not exactly special. It's not mind blowing just yet. But he's definitely a guy that sticks with the basics. Let's see him go into an interesting run. Let's see maybe I'm looking at it as a matter of fact now. Napoli, of course, Crystal Palace he beat, Paphos he beat. You expect that to happen. Wolverhampton Wanderers he beat. You expect that to happen. The draw against Leeds, because they bottled that one, you can say that one was a little bit shaky. But aside that, I think generally he's fine. He's good to go, and there's really not much to worry about in terms of what it is with Liam and the boys. I think he's kept it together. The 7 is fine. It could be better, but you can't say he's giving himself a bad place to start.
Okay. Can we say Chelsea are in safe hands at this point in time? Spoke with a massive Chelsea fan who was telling me that as far as he's concerned, he doesn't mind a quarterfinal finish in the Champions League, because this is a team of young guys who are still coming together, gaining the experience, gathering the right momentum, and hope they improve season in, season out. A quarterfinal will not be bad in the Champions League, but he hopes that he's still raised a few questions about the quality of Liam Rosinho. But he says, look, the man has earned it, and you've got to give him the opportunity. I particularly didn't let him talk much about it, because I said to him, look, first things first, he's a black guy. And
the fact that he gets that kind of
find me
opportunity,
behind him. They don't get top roles, and the few times they do, you will find me backing them. And he said, well, yeah, that's true, but that he's been impressed. I mean, in 11 games, he's won 8 times. Fair enough, no doubt about that.
Yeah, fair enough. Charlton, Arsenal, the first leg, Brentford, the games he's played so far so good. That's what I'm listening now. Then
the 2 he's lost against Arsenal.
Yeah, 2 he's lost against Arsenal. Wolves, Tottenham. Okay, that's the wrong page. I apologize for that. But all I'm saying is he's kept it together. He's not done too much. I think if it was a case where we would say 8 in 11 is good, but at the same time we would also say, the quality of opposition. But if he had not beaten said opposition, if he had not beaten the Brentford, if he had not beaten the Paphos, which was a sticky situation, but 1-0 at the end of the day, if he had not won these games, he would have said ship him out of the club, or opinions that started flying and all of that. Now, what is being spoken about with the man. I don't think so far so good I've seen any think piece or any take or anything that's questioned his tactics so far. He's kept it together. He's kept it in a straight line, and that is working for him.
He may not have come as a big name manager, but he's been able to make the players see the big picture, and looks like everybody's putting in the work for him.
So in terms of is the future safe, it's like what I did with Michael Carrick. Michael Carrick started very well as well. We talked about beating Arsenal and City to start with, but when the going gets tough, what can you do in the long run? Chelsea have an interesting run of fixtures coming up, and that is where I think I want to start drawing my line of, can he really last the entire 5.5 or 6.5 year contract that they gave him? They have Burnley next, which should be a pretty straightforward drive. Then Arsenal in the league. This is where it gets interesting. Arsenal in the league, Sunderland, Tottenham, Liverpool, Forest, Brighton, Manchester United. That is league, of course. We'll get confirmation on who the FA Cup opposition would be next, and their Champions League as well. The Champions League run as well, of course. We'll see what comes next. So all of these fixtures would also, factor into what comes next. But look at such a run. That is just league-wise alone. All of a sudden, you're talking Arsenal, Sunderland, Tottenham, Liverpool, Nottingham Forest, Brighton, and United, and then City afterwards. Back-to-back league games. How he takes that kind of run and then manages a Champions League schedule in the middle, a double header, depending on what happens. How he manages whoever comes next in the FA Cup and all of these things. How do you manage tough situations? Would definitely tell you, okay, he's definitely one built for the long run or whatever it is, and all of that. How he can adjust on the fly, and if injuries come in and everything. But right now, it's a straightforward line. He's towing it. Congratulations to him. I think the jury is still out on how long his tenure would be at Chelsea. I think I'll keep it at that.
Okay. 090-41,089, 090-44,089. Let's hear you on the show on how you rate the Chelsea manager, if you think, of course, the future is bright around him, and how he's been able to handle things so far. Yes, maybe on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you rate Liam Rosenior? What has impressed you the most about what he's been able to do at Chelsea since he's taken over? I mean, may not have come as a big name manager, but he also didn't come with the baggages. Yes, he also didn't come with the baggages, and so far, he's just been able to help everybody settle into their spots and just do the right thing. I mean, one of the things I also credit him for was to clear the bomb squad and make sure the bad blood doesn't spill into the team. Desasi, go on loan. Sterling, let's reach an agreement.
Although he did say the Sterling one was not in his hand and all of that.
Yeah, but I mean, he might have had a say in all of these things to say, okay,
fair.
Because if he was also pleading with the club to say, let these guys come back in the fold.
Yeah, fresh start for everybody.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, in this case, he had to say to them, you know what, let's just let these guys go and make sure we are starting on a clean slate. And to be honest, everyone appears to be doing very well. There's a spring on the heels of the guys. There was something that was lacking in the Maresca days where they either finish strong or they fade out as the game goes.
Yeah.
In this particular case right now, especially since after the West Ham game, they try to stay in the game as much as possible. Give you tactical problems, create concerns for you to address, and just make sure they stay in your face. And I think that's a good thing. They put 5 past their opponent last night.
Yeah.
And it was just good to see overall. This was a club he coached before. His grandmother was a season ticket holder. Hull City fired him before he got the Strasbourg job. Again, it was an opportunity for him to just remind the guys that I was not as bad as you guys thought as you guys saw me then.
Scaled up.
And brother is scaled up now. He's now the coach of Chelsea Football Club. But how would you rate his performance at Chelsea? And of course, after 1 month in charge, yes, how would you say, what would you say has impressed you the most about Liam Rosenior, and what are the things you think he should address? 090-41,089, 090-44,089, and let's take your thoughts also on WhatsApp. Good afternoon, my name is Funsho Adeshino. It says, for me, Rosenior has not beaten any big team, so I can say he's done well for me. Says he's done well, even though he's not beaten any big teams. Okay, well, at least you will face the teams in front of you.
Exactly.
First. Let's see if those fixtures come, how he will perform. Hello.
Hello, the president.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Ada 3,000.
Welcome. How are you doing? Good afternoon.
Ada, good afternoon. Emeka, they talk.
Emeka.
The president, good one for Tottenham, good one for Tottenham, as they collect the new coach. Understand? So thank God for them. But for my own Chelsea coach, if you want that man, everything I learned from that man. During Maresca time, that our misfit, everybody focus on Casedo. Casedo, they do hard work. But if you say this man come, if you want to go say Casedo don't draw small. Now this guy is surprising, that's Santos now. If you want the 3 games, we say that guy don't do for that mistake. You don't say that mistake, don't do it. Casedo not to the show himself, like so many suffer the match for. And because of that mistake, when you do against people, they say, he needs that hard marking, go back that guy, we say they cause penalty. But if you say this man don't come now, our mistake now, don't balance. If you watch Enzo knows they took a rush. Casedo knows they only that was that Andro Santos. Now him they do all the whole thing. Understand? So, all the other people say they don't like the man. For my side, I prefer the man. They make them give the man time. If you know anything this season, make them give him time. Maybe next season we will try him again. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that
Not
one.
exactly
And,
setting a high expectation.
well put together. I mean, you still have to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Fair.
Let him settle into the place. Let him do what he has to do. You know, I think he's still trying to get his environment right. In 11 games, under a little above a month, I think he's impressed.
Exactly, and
I
the
think
schedule
he's
was
done
tough
really well.
actually when
Yeah,
he came in. They were
yeah.
playing virtually every 3 days and all of that, and he
Look,
managed well.
Chelsea were also at a point where you were not sure what the result of the next match was going to be. It wasn't because Maresca was a bad coach. They were just stuck in a place where you could not exactly understand what the problem was. My worry for him was not to come into a place where you will now be trying to make the players like you because they already like the coach who was there before you and he's won trophies with them. But in this case, he's just coming and he's done really well, and I'm impressed with what he's been able to do. For a guy so young and how he's been able to galvanize the team, I'm super impressed. Sports Radio, hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Football Live, and let's take your thoughts on Liam Rosinho and his performance so far as the new head coach of Chelsea. How impressed are you, and what are the things you have seen so far that you'd say get you excited, and in months or years to come he probably would have done well? Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys in the studio.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon.
Happy weekend, my
Yes,
brother.
so wishing
Same
you
to
the
you.
same.
Yeah, this is Prophet Franklin Benjamin, popularly known as Aguilera Chamber, one of top low Grammy. Greeting you from Aguilera Junction.
Welcome.
Yeah, okay. Good one for the new coach of Tottenham,
Okay.
because the owner did very well, because this is what he's supposed to do, because that man is not getting himself again. And coming for the Chelsea, for performance of the new Chelsea coach, well, like I said, the man is trying, but Enzo Maresca tries more than him, because if you are
We are not comparing
We are
them.
not
We are not
comparing
comparing
them.
them.
Enzo Maresca won Club Cup, won everything.
We are not comparing
it is
them.
not a
We are not
comparison.
comparing their two. We
It
are
is
not
not a
comparing their two.
comparison.
We
Enzo
are not
Maresca's-
comparing the two.
It's not a comparison, please.
We are not asking you what does he have that Maresca doesn't have, or who do you think is a better coach. Please always get the question right so that you know how to respond. How impressed are you with the way the man has been able to perform? That's the question. It's not to compare him to Enzo Maresca to say Maresca was better. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Okay, Sports Radio. Yes, it's Football Live. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, he's Igwe calling you from my 12.
Welcome.
Yeah, for this our new coach, Rosenham. For me, okay, first of all, I should point out why I'm impressed with him at the first place, because of what? I should say that before this former coach, he have come in, and I believe that he did not change anything from the pattern of Enzo Maresca, because sometimes he still play that formation that Enzo Maresca used to play. But in this round, they play with, like, should I say, they play with more intensity, like in terms of getting the goals. You understand? And for me, I have to tell this Rosenham something, because of what? Since he comes to Chelsea, we have been conceding goals, and despite that we are scoring, but we are conceding. That is what he's supposed to look into.
Okay,
Thank
so
you
you.
very much.
Okay. All right, no problem. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So worried about the
Interesting one.
defense. Impressed with the style of play, but worried about the new defensive structure. That's kind of like what he's pointing out. Speaking of the last caller.
I think for a guy who's done just about a month or a little above a month, he doesn't know his best pairing yet. it will take time for him to even that out. And he's been able to test almost everybody.
I think the injuries that happened with the backline as well.
Yes.
Suspensions and injuries. Kuku was suspended when he came in. Where's
I think he might have an idea of Kuku and
James. I think the wing back. The
yes,
wing back
and James being the full backs. Those two, I don't think he will have any debate about that. Those two are good. I'm talking centre back pairings now. He's tried Chalobah with Badiashile.
Yes.
He's tried him with Adara Bioyo. He's tried him with Fofana. And I think he still needs to fine-tune a little. Not because they will not concede goals. I mean, that's how you know that you are making progress. Because, I mean, you have to make some mistakes and then find ways to address them. Now, if he was not addressing these problems, I would have said, okay, it looks like...
maybe he's oblivious or something.
Yes, exactly. But he tries to address it. I think for a while, he's giving the midfield a sort of balance at the base, especially. It used to be only Caicedo, who, of course, when he's under pressure, then he tries to run away with the ball and avoid every danger possible. But these days, he gets to pair with Santos, and then they can create their triangles, create their angles, and get themselves out of trouble, even if they have to use a winger or a fullback to, overload the midfield sometimes, and then give themselves numbers, and then make those movements and get out of difficult situations. I think he's actually been able to create all of that. But again, while we talk about the quality of opponents he's been able to meet, let's not forget that in the Champions League, he's been impressive. I saw the game against Napoli, and he pulled off something really special. Against the Conte, I was expecting that, even though I felt Chelsea were a more complete team and they were going to get the job done, I thought Antonio Conte was going to create, situations for him that would tactically cause problems for the Chelsea side. But he pretty much adjusted and did what he had to do in the game, got them firing, and they got the job done at the end of the day and finished in the top 8. I thought there was going to be a wobble there, but he did well, and that turned out not to be a problem. So I think these things will come out eventually and come out good. By virtue of how he has performed, I think he's taking the club at the right time, because, of course, maybe the focus will be now to end in European places, which is still within touching distance.
Of course.
He gets that done. Even if he doesn't win a trophy this season, he knows what he needs to add. And then he will not be starting afresh.
He has a base to work with. After
the World Cup, when he knew... Yeah, exactly. There's a base already. And then you just have to look at what you've done this season and try to find ways to make it better and prepare better coming into next season. Maybe if you're also drawing a list of the quality of what you need to sign on the market to improve on the quality of what is already in the team, you already have a good pool to get players from, and you won't have to go through the headaches of the headache of I'm just knowing the team, I just got here, I barely know anybody. Well, sometimes also if you're performing so well, like the way Spurs started at the house on fire in pre-season, not dropping points, yes, it's a good thing, but I think the intensity and the compactness we saw in the pre-season followed them into the first 5 games of the season.
And then afterwards,
such things can be crazy, because you just need one player to suffer a knock and miss one game, and the next man who comes in doesn't have the same telepathy as those guys, and then problem starts. Yes, so it's been like that, unfortunately, for Thomas Frank and his guys, and he's had to pay the price now himself. But really, I think I've been impressed with what Rosinha has been able to do. I mean, defense is sometimes the hardest part, because you need to score goals to win matches, and he's been winning matches.
Yes.
Even though we say Delap has not been really complimentary of the quality of what you expect, João Pedro has come in differently. Of course, we're counting number of games he's gone without scoring and not doing the scoring consistently under Maresca.
At some point, it was even a case of he wasn't even getting a shot.
Exactly. Yes, he went like 4 games without getting a shot on target. So all of that has been solved, and I think that's how you want to address things like that. And so far, he's done an amazing job. If I would score him, maybe an 8 over 10. Maybe an 8 over 10.
Fair enough.
And that's not me being generous. That's an 8 over 10 is what I will give him. There are some teams that are well oiled. The Arsenal guys, I think they've been together for a while, and they're a very good team. They may not be getting
I don't even fault him for losing their
No, I don't. I just think that That game was also a wake-up call for him. That game will also serve as, again, coaches look at these things sometimes and they say, with the quality of what this opponent is showing us, this is the level we need to get to. Your desire can match theirs, but we need to also raise the quality of our game to make sure we are at par with these people.
Yeah.
And you cannot blame him for, if you also have to compare the head-to-head in recent times, where in 10 games against Chelsea, Arsenal have not lost a game. So that wasn't going to change overnight.
Yeah.
If it had worked, okay, fine. But since that wasn't the case, let's let the man come in and try to do what he would do. And then we'll go to that point where we'll say, okay, it looks like things are looking very good and we can make progress from here. Let's go back to the phone lines on Football Live, 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Your thoughts on Liam Rosinho after more than a month in charge, but a little above a month actually now. And how impressed are you? What gets you excited about his play, and what would you want to change, or what would you want him to change about how they approach their games? Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Great to meet you. Great to
Yes,
Welcome.
I'm Joseph.
Adam.
Adam, Vicky.
Yeah.
This is Dave.
Okay.
Vicky, I want to be honest with you concerning the Chelsea coach. I cannot rate him yet. I checked the pictures that Chelsea has played. There are things that Chelsea is supposed to do. But the only thing that Chelsea is not supposed to beat, and he did not do anything, is Arsenal. So I cannot judge that now. I cannot judge it. Because if you are a coach, you came to your rival is beating you home and away. So you have not proven to the team that you can do it. Because I've not even see him beating Arsenal or getting something in Emirates, in Premier League. So most of those matches that he has won, like yesterday, I beat All City. It's expected for him to beat All City with the squad that Chelsea has. So I've not seen him done anything. That's the truth. I want you to beat some of the informed team in Premier League and beat them well. You understand?
Yes, we
So
found out.
why you see people are raising praises upon Michael Carrick because of the quality of team that he has beaten. This one has not beaten any team as far as I'm concerned. That's the gospel truth. That's my honest truth. Anybody can differ. But the honest truth that Chelsea have not played a very solid team that you can beat. Because the Napoli that he beat, Napoli is not doing anything in Champions League. Virtually almost everybody is beating Napoli in Champions League. So the guy have to do more. Let him play like a team like Aston Villa. Beat them.
I guess we'll find out.
Beat Man U. Then beat Arsenal. Get draw or beat Arsenal. Then play Man City. Get draw or beat Man City. Then we'll not say we'll now talk. But for all these things that is playing, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dave, thank you. I appreciate that.
I hear where you're coming from, but
I get your point. But if I have not heard you defend Ruben Amorim with all the things you're saying now, I would have said, oh, what a perfect way to put it. But yes, you have seen the fire. So with the little respite that Carrick has brought, you would want to draw the yardstick now and say Carrick is the standard. Please, I beg to differ. You played the teams in front of you.
that's
I'm
the thing.
sure-
If he had not won any of those games,
I'm
you
sure
would be crucifying him right
after
now.
the first 4 games you saw against Carrick, everybody thought West Ham was going to be an easy fixture. And what did people say after the game? Oh, West Ham were negative. They were playing low blocks. Welcome to the world of guys like Pep Guardiola and Mikel Arteta and maybe your club who have had to deal with low blocks all their lives. And now all of a sudden you face low block in one game and you think the world is evil.
Now, you know.
See,
You don't know.
Dave, leave that in. The jury is still
Now,
out.
waiting do your front.
Me, I am out.
You go play.
For people like people who said Amorim was the best thing that could have happened to United at that time, and all of a sudden Rosinho, who's done a month. No, you will play the teams in front of you. While there are no guarantees that you will beat those people, you can look at how you performed against those things. Again, these things are too easy to say. Oh, Carrick has won 4 in a row and he drew 1. He has not lost a game in 5. And do you know we waited nearly 1 year for one man to do how many matches? Amorim. And we kept saying, oh, he would maybe in the
To
next
get consecutive
game.
games or
Maybe he
something.
would. Yes, it took like 9 months. It took like 9 months for us to get consecutive wins. And we are in a place where we were like, I beg. As far as I'm concerned, no Rosinho slander anywhere that I am. Call it sentiment, that's your own conclusion. No Rosinho slander. Not on the strength of these results that he has posted. I lie.
That's what I'm saying. If it was the case, I mean, again, expected to win those games. I'm not disagreeing with that. But if he had dropped points in any of those games,
bros,
we would be having a different conversation right now.
Bros, let me tell you. Yesterday, Chelsea played, I think, their 39th match of the season. Right? Or their 40th match of the season. They played their 40th match of the season or 41st match of the season. If United played their remaining matches this season, it will not be more than 41.
40.
They will stop at 40. You want to put all of these things together and say that you having 12 days to rest before your next fixture does not give you any advantage. Please, give the man a break. Like I said, Rosinho slander not day where I do. I would talk about his football. But for me to cut everything he's done and say because he has not met big teams, is he going to jump ahead of the fixtures and play the big teams first before he... No.
Now
he will play the teams in front of him.
Exactly.
He will lose games. He will win games. I mean, 3 games into straight 3 wins under Carrick. Everybody said he was going to win all the matches in front of him and go on to... Let's leave these things for... If football does not have the unforeseens, it will not be exciting.
True.
If you know what the outcome of a game is going to be, I usually try to liken football to life. If you tell yourself, say, oh, God, forget, I don't beat opponent to pass this one. Me, we don't work Monday to Friday. Weekend work goes small for me now. Now that weekend, bro, I lie you. No reasonable. You know, they easy like that. But I think it's an unfair way to look at the work the man has done, Dave. I'm not saying you do not have your opinion, but I think it's an unfair way to look at what he has done to say that you do not rate him because he has not played against the top teams. I think it's unfair. Okay, that said, let's move on to other contributions that we have on the show this afternoon. Keep the messages coming in on WhatsApp as well. We'll take them. We've got some already there. We'll get back to them as quickly as we can. Let's take some calls. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
I did your colleague over out there.
Yes, Adam, he can hear you.
Yeah, the voice of a big fish on the line.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, my brother. My brother, I see. I just coach never impressed me. Yes, never impressed me. Never impressed me. Forget about all these results we're going to get now. Okay, do you forget the new manager bounce? Let's forget that. The new manager bounce. Yes, if you say, oh, it's the new manager bounce, how about the future? Because I don't really rate him 5 over 10. I will rate him 4 over 10. Lots for me to say, oh, this man is the right man for the job. Because when you see a new coach, you see all the players want to reach expectation. They want to fight for shit. That's why we say a new coach plans. All these things are two things. And no more you say if you're a new coach come, you have to expect all this kind of things. So for me, you got a new manager bank for Chelsea this point in time. But you say, oh, he just some standard. Oh, got to keep so. He does, and the man would say he comes to save Chelsea this and that. They have better, greater picture of this and that. I don't see that. This man will come out and tell us, if you give him 6 years, he can get to win 3 Premier League out of 6. He will not be a mate. You to beat people and win 6 over 6. Now, and the worst part of it is that, oh, you come here, and this is Premier League goal. This is Premier League. So, for me, to say, oh, this man, I'll give him 7 over 10 this point in time. If you do wrong statement, me, I'll give him 4 over 10. And, Premier League, you yourself, you know that this is Premier League. This is your house. Just look at Makari. That is when they started to beat people, coming up, and the people were 5 over 4, expecting 5 over 5. What will happen? West Ham, what is they know, they took them to them 4, shock everybody. So for me, this is Premier League. Anything can happen. But something can just come and surprise you. So that young man now, for me to say, oh, if he get a standard, he get a kind of ability who can go to use and give people run for their money, I don't see that coming out. For me,
Make you prove me wrong. For me, you prove me wrong. Then don't you know big fish?
Okay.
Over there.
All right,
Thank
thank
you
you
very
so
much.
much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. If you didn't believe before now, trust me, you won't believe. You won't believe overnight. It's a situation where you need somebody to prove you wrong. It's a clear case of you not giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Fair.
Yes. If I have to prove you wrong, maybe you should not give me the chance at all.
If I have to prove you wrong, it means somewhere in your mind you are
You
already zeroing me out.
really
Exactly.
believe that I do not stand a chance. Because
You
you,
are
want
zeroing
me
me
to
out in the
prove
first
you
place,
wrong,
exactly.
not you want me to prove you right. Proving you right is that you are backing this person and he needs to live up to what you expect of them. But if I have to prove you wrong, you already said I don't have a chance. And I don't think coaches should be boxed into a place where they have to prove you right or wrong. But again, I don't make these rules.
It is what it is.
Okay. Let's get to the phone lines. We have more calls coming in. Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to Football Live.
In your mind, you are
Okay.
There's a whole lot
When
going
you
on
call
there.
us in, please turn down the radio so we can
there's a
have a
whole
smooth
lot going on
conversation.
there.
Thank you very much.
Let's go to, of course, action in the FA Cup and let you know that West Ham against Bolton, it is still goalless. And Al Hilal Omdurman have taken the lead against San Alo Lupopo of the DRC. And yes, Mamelodi Sundowns still lead 1-0 against MC Algiers. In League One, it is 2-1 Radiant lead against the Wycombe. The game between Stevenage and Huddersfield is still goalless. Espanyol have taken the lead. They have, Celta Vigo have taken the lead against Espanyol in the La Liga. It is 1-0 in that game. In Azerbaijan, Zira lead 1-0, yes, against Kavan in that fixture. CSK Sofia, yes, they won the midweek game in the cup game against CSK 1948 Sofia, 2-0. Today again they lead at halftime, 1-0 in that fixture. Let's of course touch on other areas and see if we can lay our hands on some of the games that are taking place in some of these leagues and what exactly is happening in those places. Of course, the big games are yet to get started. We just of course are letting you know how things are looking right now. Okay, as soon as things change, we will definitely let you know, but the big games are yet to get started. We might have to wait until 3 p.m. today for the big games to get started and take you closer to the action. Okay, yes, that's of course what we have for you at this point in time. Tampines against Abirex Niigata, 2-0 in Singapore. Tampines of course a lead in that game. I can tell you that Nepradak against Radniki Nice in the Serbian top flight, it is 4-1 Radniki Nice lead on the road in that game. Cordoba against Leganes, yes, it is Cordoba who lead 1-0 in the game against Leganes as the action continues. Sivasspor against Vanspor in the Turkish first division, not the top flight. Yes, Sivasspor lead 3-1 in that game right now as we speak. And these are just the games we have for you at this point in time. Of course, when action kicks off in the big leagues, we'll definitely be bringing you all of those games and lots more. Bit of a surprise that these guys have really been hard at West Ham, and West Ham have found it really difficult to break them down.
At some point, I thought West Ham were going to find the key, but 66 minutes we played around 20 minutes in the second half. West Ham had to make any changes, by the way, so they are still going with what they have. Burton as well, except the injury and first one in the first half, they've not made any changes as well. But this is interesting. It's tougher than I expected. I'll be honest. I mean, it's a rotated West Ham side. Adama, Callum Wilson, of course, starting. But at the same time, by now, 67 minutes, 3/4 of the game gone already. I expect you to have found a way already. And in the second half, West Ham have even powered on. They've turned up the heat. As a matter of fact, it's gone from what it was in the first half. In the first half, I was talking about how Burton had the chances and everything. But in the second half, you can tell the intent is coming from West Ham. West Ham have kept them under 20% of the ball. West Ham have over 80% of the ball, and they've had 6 shots in the second half, but nothing just yet. But of their 6 shots, Burton's goalkeeper has only has to make 1 save, so they need to do better execution-wise. If you have 6 shots and only one on target, I guess it tells you the story of what your shooting practice will look like. Burton, on the other hand, nothing in the second half. No shots, nothing. They've been they've been tired at home. So West Ham doing the job, but they need to find something. Maybe
Sam-
somebody off the bench will help them.
Okay, San Eluli Popo have had a player sent off in the game against
You are one goal down.
Ilan Omdurman.
And now
Yes,
you are one
the
man
player
down.
has been sent off in that game. Yes, that of course I can tell you right now. One player has been sent off. Laki against Besa Kavaye. Yes, it is 2-0 action in Albania. And yes, Kukesi against Karobi Kashkopi. It is 1-1 in that game. And Alpha, yes, AF Lofterari. Yes, in their game against Castrioti. It is 1-0. Yes, Lofterari, of course, leading in that game as the action continues right here. Of course, still your champions, Star Sports Radio, Brown FM. Ligue 2 in France, Grenoble against Reims. It is goalless in that game. And Montpellier have just pulled level against Le Mans in that game. Let's go, of course, to Germany, where, yes, Braunschweig against Darmstadt. It is 2-2 right now. Hertha Berlin 1, Hannover 96 3. And Kaiserslautern lead against Greuther Fürth by 1-0. All three games, of course, around 80 minutes right now. Yes, around 85 minutes to 87 minutes as the action continues right there. Of course, still a 7-0 all that is going down as far as these games are concerned. Yes, keep the action coming in. Yes, keep it locked on your Champions Now Sports Radio Brown FM 090-41,889 090-44,889. Let's take some of the comments on our WhatsApp on the show. Good afternoon to you guys. Honestly, I'm not convinced with Liam yet.
Really?
I'm just patiently waiting for March and April big games. Okay. This one here says Liam, the coach of Chelsea, is a work in progress. I think it is too early for fans to be complaining. They are reacting to the 2-2 draw in the last match. But he won yesterday 4-0. This is Biodun. Biodun, thank you so much for this one. This one says, good afternoon, Vicky and Adam. My name is Uche. Yes, the amazing Chelsea fan. Mourinho used to say he don't like losing to smaller teams because if you lose to smaller teams, you might lose the league because the bigger teams are not much. So if you want to win the league, pick up the points with the smaller teams and then you can lose or draw to the big teams. What I am saying, Enzo lost against Arsenal and drew against Karabakh and other little clubs he used to struggle to beat. I rate the coach 8/10 so far. If he has lost to those small clubs by now, some Chelsea fans and others would have been saying he's not good at all. Okay. It means that he's proven himself so far. And those of you sending high what now? High jump.
Hi to you
how
too.
high? How high?
Hi. Good afternoon.
How high? Who's high? Are you high?
That's how. Okay.
What do you mean? What is high? My brother, greet us if you want to greet us and make your contribution. This one you are saying hi. Do you expect us to say hello? How far now? No, this is not. This is not the room for that. This is not the platform for that. We're not. Getting on the conversation and let's get cracking. Okay, let's hear from you on what you want to say. 71 minutes on the clock. Yes, Bolton nil, West Ham United nil action.
If this game goes beyond 90
FA
minutes,
Cup.
it becomes very interesting for. It becomes fair
Straight to
game.
penalties.
No, there's extra 30. I believe there's extra 30.
West Ham want to risk extra 30 with a
Because I know in the last round there was, I think it was Newcastle against Bournemouth. That game went beyond extra 30. Yeah, there's extra 30 after 90 in the FA Cup. Nakaraba will be straight to penalty. Latin Nakaraba will be straight to penalties for semi-final.
You don't want to do that to yourself, West Ham, please.
Do they play in the midweek is what I'm looking for. I know there's Champions League in the midweek, but at the same time Arsenal play in the midweek as well. So there's a little interesting thing here and there. Arsenal play in the midweek,
West Ham, you win this game now, you don't save yourself the stress. You lose this game, you invite in more pressure.
Nuno is going to be under fire.
Yes.
Because in case it's going to be, you have to then survive.
Yes.
Because there's nothing else you are doing. You have to survive.
Bolton, come on, League 2, League 1, 2 leagues below you.
Even if now 1-0, carry your just
My
carry
brother,
your tickets.
just find a scrappy 1-0 and do what you have to do and get out of that place. And nobody will remember how you played. Yes.
I don't qualify.
Orlando Pirates have taken the lead against Marumo Gallants. It's only 4 minutes in that game. That game started some 4 minutes ago. Orlando Pirates are already ahead, 1-0. They lead in that fixture. So yes, we're talking Liam Rosinio, and yes, his performance so far as the coach of Chelsea. And let's take some calls. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello, Adam Trepa.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, welcome.
Now Daniel Desmond.
Daniel.
Talking about my coach, I think at most I still believe in him. He will try at the moment. I'm not going to try. You understand? Even the Arsenal game when no be safe, no give Arsenal fight for that game. You watch na three to that game end. So na just to tell you say no matter Arsenal good this season, but at least Chelsea he find a way to score them for that game. And in the returning leg, he when Arsenal won that game, 9 minutes of the game. So Arsenal to believe say Chelsea too get something to fight inside that game, and last maybe you can't lose that game. So for me, I will give the man 8/10 at the moment. He's doing well. Now we expect him to do now in the team, you understand? So and I don't expect him to Chelsea go win Champions League. But if we lay our hands on the Champions League, now see, I don't expect say we go win the Champions League because the big better teams will be there with better past Chelsea at the moment. So they never even maybe not them go win them. People like Arsenal, Bayern Munich, Madrid, them at the moment they better past Chelsea. So I expect maybe man come overnight, come do Arsenal where they say they don't do together. Now coach we don't manage them for so long, you understand? So I don't expect I'm saying we can't do all those magic. But at the moment the work where we expect them to do in the plan and in the
Still in the basics, right here.
For West Ham, there's no left in their last game, Adam. I see 90 that game enter. And go play extra time before they win that game against QPR. They see outside this one go again.
Okay. Thank you very much for calling. Anyway, they are in the final 15 minutes of that game. I can confirm that to you now. 75 minutes on the clock. Brighton Albion, of course, are goalless against West Ham United. If I was not, I'm more surprised. I mean, okay, we started seeing some substitutions, of course, in this fixture. I can tell you that Keeba La Madrid, who started the game for West Ham, is now at Frederick Potts. Frederick Potts is a centre back. What are we doing? Brighton, on the other hand, of course, have made a double. Of course, John Joshua McKinnon off and Andy Cannon on the pitch. The other one, of course, is Kagagelo Chauka, who has come on to replace George Evans. That is exactly what it is. Final 15 minutes of the game. It's exact. Players on the bench can still, of course, help West Ham's cause. Joshua Ajala is on the bench, Nigerian boy.
Jared Bowen was rested completely.
He's not in the squad. Yeah, he's not in the squad at all. Valentin Castellanos, also another option that could work, of course, attacking wise. Specifically for attack as well, of course. Crescencio Somerville could also make an impact for them. He's also on the bench. So yeah, they have a couple of names that could definitely change the game for them if they need to. Axel Disasi is on the bench. Elhaji Malik Diouf also on the bench. Aaron Wan-Bissaka also on the bench for them. 75 going on 76 minutes. It is still goalless in that fixture. Other games, of course, are set to happen at 4 p.m. Where, of course, our games that would get started in the FA Cup. Burnley will be in action against Mansfield. Manchester City would play against Salford. Against the Salford. I hope it's not going to be another Exeter situation. To score like 10 again. Norwich in action against West Bromwich Albion. Southampton against Leicester City, of course, is a fixture. Aston Villa against Newcastle. That's 6:45 p.m. And of course, the big one at night is between Liverpool and Brighton and Hove Albion. Of course, our games are set to happen soon as well in the German Bundesliga. There's Bayer Leverkusen against St. Pauli. Of course, the lineups already. Our game starts at 3:30 p.m. just under 40 minutes away. Patrick Schick, of course, is leading the line for Bayer Leverkusen this evening. Of course, I can tell you that Ernest Poku is also in the starting 11. Lucas Vasquez in the starting 11, Ezekiel Palacios, of course, Alejandro Gilmardo, Tapsoba, Robert Andrick, Jarel Kwanzaa also in that starting 11. VQ, Werder Bremen also play against Bayern Munich also at 3:30 p.m. And it is not anything surprising at all. Manon Neuer, Konrad Laimer, Kim Min-jae, Jonathan Tah. Stanisic is in the starting 11. Of course, in the midfield they have Kimmich, Goretzka, Luis Diaz, Gnabry, Leonard Carl starts this one. Harry Kane, of course, are up front as expected. So just maybe just no Michael Olise would be the only surprising part of what Bayern have come up with today.
Suspended for the game. I mean,
okay, that makes sense.
accumulated cards. So
That makes sense. Jamal is on the bench. Jackson is on the bench, of course, if they need any of these guys. But yeah, 3:30 p.m. kickoff, of course, in the German Bundesliga. Also, Frankfurt in action against Borussia Mönchengladbach, set to happen soon. There's no Ansgar Nauf in the starting 11. Kali Muendo, by the way, starts for Frankfurt. Ritsu Duan, of course, in there, as well as Mario Götze in the starting 11 as well. Hamburger win action against Union Berlin, also at 3:30 p.m. and Hoffenheim in action against Freiburg. Halftime in Spain, by the way, Celta de Vigo carry a halftime lead against Espanyol. Former Barcelona player Ferran Jugla, the difference maker between these two sides. Of course, you would not believe it. The game ended earlier. We talked about it when it was 2-0, when Genk Beligi were leading by 2-0. Guess what? Rizespor put 2 goals back and picked up a point in that fixture. 2-2 it ended in that particular side of town. Approaching 80 minutes, still goalless between Burton and West Ham United.
Okay. All right. Let's see how that goes as the action continues right here on your Champions Now Sports Radio Live FM. And yes, we're still taking your thoughts. We're talking Liam Rosinho at this point in time. We could, of course, talk about him until the top of the hour, where we, of course, can take a quick break, switch gears, of course, and get back into talking some more on some of the exciting talking points we've lined up for you on Football Live. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
This is Manuel from Lekki.
Welcome, Emmanuel.
Yes. I like my brother Daniel Desmond. Anytime he's talking, he always talk about Arsenal. It's good. For West Ham, they will win that minute. Let them, we are waiting for them.
He shots to be your ticket today. Shots to be your ticket today. Safeguard
We
too.
put something on top of West Ham. Let them know.
And now you come. Now you confess your sins.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right, brother.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very much
much
for calling.
for
Appreciate
that
you.
one on the show. Okay. Yes, the action continues. 79 minutes on the clock. We cannot cut to Naliva. No,
No,
cut to Naliva.
No, if they score, you go tell me.
So they announced it. It's now 80.
Come say that straight with you can go about 2.5.
Go cast. Go cast. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. To you.
I hope you talk.
Welcome.
My coach, Liam. The man is trying. At least most of this match where this man win, if in Amaresca day, you go lose most of this, especially that Napoli. First, you not go win that match. Telling you the truth. Even some of these league matches, all those small things where they say they easy. The other coach for loser. The man they try. All you day here, I think say the man carry love. Don't say the man 2 days special like that, because only 4 to I see for the man. They say before match finish, this man go almost clear the whole defender with it. Instead of him to be bringing attackers, you keep bringing defenders. So I see say in future that thing go hammer. So now the only 4 to I see they see for now.
Okay.
So the man they try. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Well noted there. Some interesting things he's been able to outline. I mean, coming from a place of someone who has really understudied or observed how they set up, and it's good to see. It's good to see.
Halftime in Africa, by the way, the CAF Champions League games are those two already at halfway. Al Hilal Omdurman 1-0 they lead against that Saint Eloi Lupopo. Lupopo, unfortunately, one goal down and a man down as well.
Man down. They're dancing Limpopo. I'm not serious. How can you reach this stage and then we misbehave?
Mamelodi Sundowns, of course, at halftime between themselves and MC as well. Rulani returned to South Africa, not exactly looking to honeymoon like 1-0 they still lose at 1-0 they are down at the moment, but it's only one goal, so anything can happen in that fixture as well.
If it ends like this, Rulani and his guys are out.
Oh my God.
Because Al Hilal Omdurman, they are 11 points. They are top of the table. Sundowns are 9 points. They are second.
Oh my God.
Omdurman are 7 points. And Lupopo, of course, are 5 points. Lupopo, imagine having 5 points and then dropping out of it. We get team, we don't even get more than 1 point. They're going to tell you, say, the players are anywhere. You know these people before now. You know who get the club. You go to look for whether a big man get the club now, whether they give them all the money. That's also part of the problem. So because I have I have money,
because our pocket
I should now keep all my money at the junction and be pumping it into those who want to play football. That's how they do it in other climes where football is business. Again, Al Hilal Omdurman had to leave Sudan. They currently play in Rwanda. They currently play in the league in Rwanda just to keep the players play. Do you know what it means to be playing football out of your country?
That's not a home ground. You don't have a home ground. You just carry on. That's more or less
Like,
it.
do you know what it means to be playing away from your? Some of the players will probably even run away and say, "We can't cope in another man's land." This, and look at the sort of performance they are putting on the continent. And then, I think we have already made excuses for every challenge. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes we have already made excuses for every challenge we face, and I think it's a problem in itself for you to want to say this is the reason why you're not performing even before they ask you. You don't already know. Say if you don't get it right, you can't talk. Say this and this and this and this. We'll never address the problems. Our coaches can't sit on the bench on the continent. Is that not problem enough? We'll now contract a guy who does not have any connection
With the
or
boys.
emotional attachment to the team. Whether they win or lose, you don't collect him money in dollars.
It's gone.
He go just stay there. Now wait till the coach tell him. Now he go dey talk. At the end of the match, you win you lose Now you sabi. Now him
He's just there for
qualify
the
you for the
paycheck.
continent.
Exactly.
Of course, he has worked for it. He has a certificate you do not have, and so you are contracting him
Fair
to pay him for that. Can you see? Let's take a break at this morning time, and yes, of course, more exciting talking points on Football Live when we come back on the show. The action continues. Stay right here. continues right here. Your Champions Now Sports Radio Real FM. And where else would you rather be on a Saturday? Yes, if not on Football Live. Let's get the action started. And yes, a continuation of all the exciting talking points we've had to take a look at today in the course of today's edition of the show. Victor Kani is my name. And yes, with Adam Babasuleiman together, we of course are running things on today's edition of the show. And yes, wherever you are, we can take you closer to the action. Hand it over to you wherever you are. Yes, the action continues right here. And I can tell you, it is now 95 minutes. Bolton nil, West Ham United nil. And they are going to score late goal.
Now would be a good time for that.
Some of you have a way of seeing the future. It's just that, they clear.
What's it
How you taking no say they go score late goal? And they don't do 95 now.
Como Fiorentina I just started.
Yes. Again, I expect Como to win.
Fiorentina have been. I think
the form has been.
Okay, I think it's officially over. By the way, that's after 90 minutes. It's over. Bolton in action against West Ham after 90 goalless. We go again for another extra 30. This thing feels like, was it Tottenham and who was it last season as well? Tottenham were goalless in 90 and then in 120 they scored like 3 goals. Whatever that was last season.
All those people where they cast boys go on the vex for them.
Why you don't score for regulation time?
I get that all the time.
I was saying, okay, Fiorentina have been the most disappointing team in Europe's top 5 for me this season. A team that regularly 2 seasons ago
I have not rated, but I think they should be among. I've not done my ratings, but I think they've been really poor.
For 2 seasons in a row, they were Conference League finalists. Last season, they were in the semi-finals. They got knocked out by Chelsea. I think, was it Fiorentina? Oh, sorry, it was Betty, but they were semi-finalists in the Conference League. This season, just absolutely terrible. At least they started picking up some points here and there now, 19 points. For like the first 8-9 games of the season, 0. They were just trash. But, they've given themselves a fighting chance. Today against Fabregas and his boys, I think they will get beat anyway. But, we'll see exactly what happens. Konyaspor just kick-started against Alanyaspor as well in Turkey, goalless in that particular one. Salim Fago has left Istra, but Istra, of course, would continue their league sojourn in his absence. Dynamo Zagreb against Istra, goalless after 12 minutes as well. 9 minutes between Partizan and Spartak. It is goalless in that one. Second half has started between Mamelodi Sundowns and MC Ogia. Goalless. 1-0 in favor of Sundowns, 1-0 in favor of Al Hilal against Sel El Wali Popo as well. That game, 56 minutes on the clock. Those are the ones that are set. Those are what's happening right now. In Israel, Hapoel Haifa 1-0 the lead against Hapoel Petach Tikva. Slavia Praha in action against Karvina at this point in time, goalless after 15 minutes. And I can tell you that, looking at that particular one, Salim Fago is not in the starting 11. Matter of fact, not on the.
For Plaza.
Oh, sorry, that's Victoria. Oh, I'm looking at Slavia Praha. Apologize for that. In Poland, by the way, Cracovia goalless against Jagiellonia after 28 minutes. In League 1, Reading 3-2 leaders against Wycombe at this point in time. Stevenage, of course, are leading against Huddersfield by 1-0 as well. A lot of games and everything, of course, are still happening. And I promise you, the best part of football today, I feel like it has never started yet. We'll see what exactly comes through. But Vicky, where shall we direct our discussions next?
Okay, let's take you there. Of course, we always do not run out of things to talk about as far as the conversations go on Football Live especially. Yes, of course, we're bringing you the major talking points. At this point in time, let's, of course, take it elsewhere. And we've looked at Liam Rosinio. Now, Vitor Pereira has signed a deal until the end of the season to become a Nottingham Forest fourth manager of the campaign and help them avoid relegation from the Premier League. The 57-year-old takes over the City ground from Sean Dyche, who was sacked early on Thursday morning. And Sean Dyche, of course, Forest are yet to officially announce the Portuguese's appointment, but he is set to return for another spell in English football, having been axed by Wolverhampton Wanderers in November after 11 months in charge. The Tricky Tees are 17th in the Premier League, 3 points above the drop zone after 2 wins in their last 10 games. Pereira follows Nuno Espirito Santo, Ange Postecoglou and Sean Dyche as Forest manager since September. They sacked Sean Dyche after being held to a disappointing draw against the bottom club of Wolverhampton Wanderers on Wednesday. Pereira, who won 14 out of his 38 games in charge of Wolves and helped them to stay up last season, quickly emerged as a preferred replacement, having worked previously under Forest owner Evangelos Marinakis at Greek club Olympiacos. He won the Greek title, and the Greek Cup, of course, in 2014-15 in his 6 months in charge before leaving for Fenerbahce. Pereira joined Wolverhampton Wanderers in December 2024, but was sacked 3 months ago with the club on 2 points after their first 10 league matches. Can Pereira help Nottingham Forest to stay in the Premier League this season? Another managerial merry-go-round. I mean, the guy who was fired, we just waited for there to be a bit of fresh air, and then you are bringing the same guy in. I probably would have gone for Thomas Frank, maybe.
For Forest?
Yes.
That would have been interesting, actually. What thing carry you reach there? Let's even start.
They want to survive. I'm helping them survive.
But yeah, Thomas Frank. Look at you know the way they always say you're as good as your last job, right?
It's not always true. It's not always true.
Fair. But
it's not always true.
Recency bias would always be a thing.
Exactly. And when people do not exactly want to dig into the issues, then it cannot be a singular reason for which you get fired. Okay?
Makes
why
sense.
we may not be able to address it holistically to say this is why we arrived at this. Again, you will always be judged on your result as a coach.
Yes.
But I don't think all of a sudden it makes him a bad coach. And I think a mid-table place is probably where he, except he's not willing to take a job right now. That's the kind of guy you want to tempt to the project like this to say.
That's the thing. The fact that they are still in Europe, Thomas Frank might not have been a bad idea. Because on the one hand, I will be honest, I will confess and say this. I don't understand the concept behind firing Sean Dyche. I don't understand it. I didn't see the logic behind it. Because just say what you want to say about their results and everything, but if you look at it, they were like they had like a decent 5 or 6 game run already, and they were not looking so badly in the Europa League. And you knock out already. So league wise as well, I mean, yes, it was a frustrating game against Wolves the other day, but it was not for a lack of intent. It was not for a lack of effort. Vicky, they had 35 shots in that game. That tells you they did try. It was just a bad day in front of the goal. 35 shots is something that a Sean Dyche, like, let me actually explain, like, just for context sake. Sean Dyche, a Sean Dyche led football club, took 35 shots in a football match. Sean Dyche led a 35. Exactly.
You know the thing
of all managers.
If rain, wait till they call them. There's another saying for another interpretation for it. If sunshine, everybody go dry cloth. You just jam Wolves so be say no level.
I'm not
because
arguing
they press
against
their
that.
neck.
I'm not arguing against that. But bad as bad, even if you go press or I mean, I'm just saying bad, but 35 shots is a lot.
If you had 35, score
one exactly. You
go come ask and I go come talk say there was a match.
But it is what it is.
Years ago, there was one match.
They have done it.
There was one match.
Yes.
A goalkeeper, Fabianski, had like 12 saves against Arsenal. It was a very funny game. Arsenal won late in the game. And so they asked, I think it was Santi Cazorla that scored a late goal. So they asked Wenger after the game to say the goalkeeper he let go is the guy who frustrated them. And Wenger said maybe he might have to question his players on how they made the job easy for the goalkeeper.
Wow.
He said because the places they were putting the shot, that he wouldn't have done that. Baba would say he wouldn't have done that. I say these coaches, they believe themselves. So.
Now, like everybody go there say if they send a media
I go catch up.
That's so easy.
See, we they talk that thing where
Yeah.
sometimes you go just look and say for who you will say na rich and I for check we find out.
Stay on course. Stay.
If not be Eric, so I say you get home, say as we go to have course, so we go do anything. But Eric call say, okay, you know what? We actually can change a few things.
Let me save you.
Well,
realistically though, for Nottingham Forest, I think they will survive. At least I can tell you 2 teams are going down. Burnley are not coming back. Burnley are not pulling that comeback. I don't expect them to.
No.
Wolverhampton Wanderers as well, I think they are done.
Not Scott Parker.
So it becomes more or less like a dogfight between Nuno Espirito Santo and West Ham. Now Vitor Pereira and Nottingham Forest. Believe it or not, I would say it as well. Yes, they are in there. Now Igor Tudor and Tottenham Hotspur. I think that's what the battle for the third team to go down looks like, and it's on. Oh, finally they do score. Crescencio Somerville, has finally opened the scoring.
They go, they swear for him now. So where this goal
Why?
they since where you know score for 90 minutes.
And it was a good goal, but it was a very good goal. Solo run.
Some of it has been in a good form,
Yeah.
and
Absolutely.
but you know, I mean, I'm not surprised. A good one for them. They've taken the lead, and the work now is you still have to protect this lead as hard as possible. But maybe, of course, you'll be able to get past them now. Boxing they've done well in front of their fans against the Premier League team.
You would be proud.
I mean, they can be proud of this performance. In all honesty.
Yeah, solid work, of course, for Somerville, of course. A good run, solo run, got the ball. Looked like he was stuck under his feet, got to the edge of the area, put the finish through, and he got the job done at the end of the day. So West Ham United, of course, finally find a breakthrough against Burton. We finally have the first goal in this round in today's FA Cup matches. So hopefully other games don't go in this direction. But for the relegation battle, no, I need more excitement. This is not exactly what I was expecting. But back to the relegation conversation. I think Tottenham, Forest, and West Ham United, of course, will be. It looks like it. Believe it or not, I don't expect Daniel Farker to go down with the Leeds United side. They've actually been decent. They turned it around when they beat Chelsea in the first leg, and afterwards they just kept on going, scrapping out the points here and there. They lost heavily against Arsenal the other day, but they've still kept it
been able
together.
to come back from it.
They were very exactly 2-2 2 goals down at Stamford Bridge. I would not expect you to
beating Nottingham Forest also.
Yeah, 3-1. That one, of course, I also counts in their favor. So it shows that they have what it takes. So Vitor Pereira and Nottingham Forest, I'm not exactly sure. I'll be honest, I'm not sure. It all comes down to what the players will do. Because my last memory of Vitor Pereira is 2 points out of 10. Out of 30, as a matter of, I beg your pardon. 2 points out of 30 with Wolverhampton Wanderers. But Forest have better players. They have a fuller squad. And, well, maybe he would also, for a guy that has worked under Marinakis before, he would understand that, believe it or not, I could still be fired before the season ends. Because Marinakis is that kind of guy. If you don't do it right,
too volatile.
Exactly. I think he would also understand the fact that the job is just the job for now. If I don't do it well, I could still be fired before the season ends. Nottingham Forest, as it stands, have 12 games to redeem to save what is left of their season, at least in the league. In the Europa League, of course, we'll see what exactly the future holds for them. But Vitor Pereira can understand that. I think all they need to do right now is keep West Ham at bay. If it was a case where they have to usurp somebody, it would have been more difficult because you now have to wait for something that is not in your control. Somebody has to drop points above you. But this time around, what you have to do is focus on yourself. Just keep stacking the points as much as you can between now and the end of the season, and just hope that as long as you do your own bit right, you don't have to wait for somebody else. So technically, your destiny is still in your hands. Unfortunately, the fixtures are not nice.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the fixtures are not nice because the first thing I see is Liverpool, but it's at City ground anyway. So we'll see exactly what happens there. Then they have a Brighton away, they have Man City, they have Fulham, they have Tottenham, they have Aston Villa. Before what looks like respite against Burnley. So tough times ahead, but of course, it's really a good one for the team as well. They would know that this is the crunch part of their season.
Okay, 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Yes, we're looking at Nottingham Forest at this point in time. Can they survive? Can they stay up? Can they get the job done? And yes, Vitor Pereira, the man who's been saddled with responsibility. People will say he plunged Wolves to where they are right now, and the misfortune of having to be rooted to the bottom of the table. By the time he was sacked, they had only 2 points.
Yes,
and I think they currently have like 9.
8.
It was a draw in their last game against.
Plus the 1 point from Nottingham Forest.
So the new coach has even helped them to amass 7 points. If he had 7 points before, if he made 7 points before he was fired, or if he had 7 points, he probably wouldn't have been fired at the time he was fired. But Rob Edwards has added 7 points to what you have right now. It is still not enough. But of course, I guess those ones have actually resigned to the fate of having to play in the championship next season. But yes, you look at Nottingham Forest. A fourth coach in 1 season. Well, if you say nothing even spoil at first, too. Now just say make Champions League. You can't carry the grudge.
Firing was unnecessary to start.
You can't carry the grudge. But we learn every day. This might be too late for him, but I'm sure that
Marinakis has been doing this thing for a very long time. By the way, I think this is just the one that everybody sees, the one that he can't hide from.
He also needs to understand that he might be passionate about the game.
The number of managers that has been hired in that Forest team since they came up, he spends money and he's very open mind. He's very open. His wallet is never one that is tight for any managers in terms of budgeting and anything like that. He always wants to splash. He always believes spending is the way, and I like it. That's good. But brother, there's more to be done. You need to have patience. You need to understand people, and just because you are in local parlance Babolo, it doesn't mean you hold all the cards. Because now, for all the power that you hold, for everything, it looks like you are crumbling the team. 30-something players, and I said something during the week. I said something during the week, and I'll say it again. Every top team right now in the Premier League, right now are praying that Nottingham Forest goes down, because they're about to pick up some of the best players that money can buy at the most ridiculous prices.
Sundowns have doubled the lead, and you will not believe it is 2-0, but Como have gone down 1-0 against Fiorentina. God. Interesting, it is Fiorentina who have taken the lead in this game, and just about the same time Espanyol have equalized against Celta Vigo. Yes, it is 1-1. Yes, the scoreline right there in that game. Dinamo Zagreb have also taken the lead against Istra 1961 in another fixture, and yes, I can tell you all that is happening right now as we speak. Yes, it is 1-0. Fiorentina pulling a shocker on the road against Como. Well, maybe a few seasons ago you won't call this a shocker, but right now, of course, it is, because looking at where Como are, it looks like there might be a red card for a West Ham United player. The card is already out of the referee's pocket. I'm not sure there's going to be a taking it back.
That's an interesting one. The referee did indeed pull out a red card, and I believe it is a West Ham player that was involved in that particular one. Everybody's surrounded. There was Callum Wilson earlier. There's Mavropanos there now. Freddie Potts, of course, are also involved in that conversation with the referee. A West Ham player did something nasty, and the referee pulled out a red card. Now everybody is pleading the case, but the referee doesn't seem to be in a conversational mood. He's made his decision, and 1 goal up, 1 man down. About another 20 minutes of this game left to play.
See how these people make the jobs difficult for a guy like Nuno. Nuno don't coach you to do your work now.
Freddie
Potts. Yes, Frederick Potts. No. That's a red card.
Two-footed into the ankle.
That's a red card. Come on. You should never play like that's agricultural football. You should never play like that. What's all these tackle like early men? What is that?
And it wasn't a yellow, it was a straight red.
Straight red. Look, if I break that guy leg.
Frederick Potts came off the bench in the 71st minute, sent off in the 101st minute.
Look at that. We will blame Nuno now if they lose this match.
You were already up. The guy is not a danger. He's not about to take a shot.
He wasn't going to score from there.
Well, unnecessary.
How old is he? Check his age.
Frederick Potts. I remember this kid has had a very. By the way, he's had a very turbulent start in life. I remember his Premier League debut. He gave away a goal. They played against Fulham. He came off the bench, made a mistake. Raul Jimenez scored in that game and they lost. And he was crying after the game. Now you are doing this. 2003, 12th of September 2003, 22 years of age.
Okay. Yes, San Elu Lupopo have equalized. Yes, they have equalized against Ahila Ondoman with 10 men. Yes, they have pulled an equalizer in this game, and that of course could change the look of the table right now. Yes, San Alulupopo, yes, they have equalized in this game. Okay, looks like a flag was up. Looks like it's going to count. We're waiting. We'll see
what exactly comes out. We'll get confirmation of what happens.
The outcome of that decision will be as far as this one is concerned. But I can tell you that Alger, yes, they are 2 goals to kneel down. Yes, they are 2 goals down against Mamelodi Sundowns, who of course have become a mainstay in this competition. I mean, we used to say, South Africa club.
So that's the thing. As a matter of fact, naturally, even if they go for Lupopo stands and they actually, pick a draw or anything, it doesn't exactly affect what happens between Sundowns and Alger. It doesn't. Sundowns would still, of course, the
goal doesn't stand.
The goal doesn't stand anyway. Because it was a straight. This is the Halilal against Selelwa game is first against fourth. Sundowns and Algiers was a winner takes all situation. Winner would have gone, second. and Sundowns right now, of course, have put themselves in that particular comfortable drive. Bundesliga starting to kick off already. While Leverkusen are in action against St. Pauli. Frankfurt against Borussia Mönchengladbach has also started, and Hoffenheim, of course, have also started against Freiburg. There's another 2 more games set to kick off very, very soon in the German Bundesliga as we speak. Of course, Hamburger against Union Berlin, Bayern against Werder Bremen also set to kick off soon in those particular centers. Of course, let's go elsewhere, and I can tell you that we are looking at very, very soon it will kick off between Manchester City and Salford, and of course Burnley against Mansfield. I'll start with the City game and give you the starting 11 for Manchester City. James Trafford is in goal today. Of course, Gigi Donnarumma gets a rest. It's a back four of Abdulkadir Kozanov. Max Alain starts once again. Vicky, you will not believe it, John Stones, the captain for today's fixture for Manchester City. Ryan Aït-Nouri also continues his good run of form and gets a starting 11 shirt for today's game. In the midfield, it is Rico Lewis, Nico Gonzalez, and Tijani Reinders in the midfield for Manchester City. Up front, it is Phil Foden as well as Ryan Cherki, and up front it is jersey number 7, the Egyptian, the one and only Omar Marmoush, leading the line for Manchester City today. As we speak, almost an equalizer for they do realize they have a chance without numerical advantage, but it has not happened yet. A good chance, of course, for Burton to equalize. Unfortunately, they could not. Burnley against Mansfield, another game, of course, to look out for today. And Ashley Barnes still plays for Burnley. Wow. Ashley Barnes and Lau Foster, of course, are leading the line for Burnley this evening. Of course, Jacob Brun-Larsen also in the starting 11 for them today. James Ward-Prowse is in the starting 11 for Burnley as well. Those are the major names, of course, to look out for. More or less that's it. Of course, Norwich against West Brom, of course, set to kick off soon as well, 4 p.m. Southampton against Leicester City. This one, of course, also ready to kick off at 4 p.m. and it looks like it will not be okay. Stephen Mavididi, of course, Jordan Ayew, Divan Mukasa, Oliver Skip. Those are the names, of course, in the Leicester starting 11. As for Southampton's 11, Oriol Romeu is in the starting 11. Cameron Archer as well in there as well. Samuel Edozie for Southampton also in the starting 11. Kyle Larin also in their starting 11 as well. 4 p.m. kickoffs. Those games are starting 11 as we already know them.
Okay, of course, let's continue with the action. Games have kicked off in the Bundesliga. Yes, in the 4th minute of those already. And I can tell you that Al Hilal have picked a red card in the game against Saint-Alou Lupopo. Yes, it is a red card, and they are both 10 men on the pitch right now as far as that game is concerned. Alanyaspor against Konyaspor is still goalless. Yes, action in the Turkish Super League right there. As we go on to check out happenings in other places in Lugdo in France. Yes, the game between Montpellier and Le Mans. Yes, Montpellier lead by 3-1 in that fixture. Yes, it is 3-1 in that fixture right now as we speak. Okay, let's go, of course, to other places where I can tell you that yes, in Malaysia, Selangor, yes, they lead against Nageri Sambian by 5-1. Yes, not sure it's anything out of the ordinary as far as that particular fixture is concerned. In Qatar, in the Emir Cup, Agrafah, they lead 2-0 in the game against Al Quritiyan. Yes, Al Quritiyath in that game. And of course, Partizan Belgrade, yes, they are in action. They have taken the lead against Subotica. Yes, it is 1-0 in that game. Slovan Bratislava have also kicked off their game. Celia, of course, already in front. They lead 1-0 in the game against Mura. And I can tell you that Podbrezova against Rosenberg is goalless. Kalika against Mialovka is also goalless. And yes, Slovan Bratislava against Trenchin is goalless in another. Yes, in the set of games that have kicked off, of course, right there in Slovenia as the action continues right here on the show. Yes, it is still Football Live, and we're looking at that man. Yes, Vitor Pereira, if you think he has what it takes, if he can be that man to dig them out of that place. CSK Sofia have scored a second goal against the CSK 1948 Sofia. It is 91 minutes, 2-0 in that game. And I can tell you there will be no comeback. Hoffenheim have taken the lead against Freiburg. Yes, Hoffenheim have taken the lead against the Freiburg action, of course, in the Bundesliga. Yes, Hoffenheim have taken the lead. If you had Hoffenheim 1 up, There you go.
Andre
There you
Kramaric.
go.
But it looks like there's a VR check going on that goal. We'll find
Okay.
out. But Offenham, of course, have put the ball in back of net. Elsewhere, back in England, an interesting first 15 minutes of extra time, of course, happened between West Ham United and Burton Albion. Well, as it stands, West Ham United found a goal, of course, because of Crescencio Somerville, but unfortunately, Frederick
Offenham's
Potts.
goal ruled out.
Okay. Well, that tells you the story of that one. And Frederick Potts, on the other hand, on doing the good work of his teammates, going down by 1. And Nuno Espirito Santo giving some final instructions on the sidelines to his boys. 10 against 11, they have to play to finish this particular one. And I can tell you that Axel Disasi just spotted a couple of minutes ago. It looks like it's going to come on for the remaining 15 minutes for this game, BQ. And looks like he just wants to walk it home. Speaking of Nuno Espirito Santo.
Yeah, I guess it's been a high energy game. They've had to expend a lot of energy in this game as far as this one is concerned. So yeah, find a way to see it out. If there are tired legs, get the tired legs out of the game. Switch on as much as possible. I mean, because they could smell a win, they missed 1 or 2 chances. They kept attacking United and left themselves a bit exposed.
And that was why they considered that.
Yeah, they probably should have stayed switched on, because if Mbeumo, for instance, was double teamed, they probably would have been able to block out that chance that he created by that cross that Šeško nonchalantly just tucked into the back of the net. Quality technique by the
Slovenian.
Yes, the Slovenian. So yeah, all of these things that we've seen, it's important for them to stay switched on in situations like this. I mean, if you also need to buy yourself time in the bank for people to make excuses for you, you need games like this where you're already in front and you're not giving away the 3 points, because people will go back now and say, oh, that's how you gave away 3 points against United.
Against Chelsea as well.
And then you did same against Chelsea, and now against Bolton, you're having to do that in a team you should have simply blitzed past. I think he's just trying to find a balance to manage the team. Let's not also forget that, the confidence level is still pretty fragile for this West Ham United side. So I think as they get wins, things would look good, and we'll see how it goes subsequently for them in games that are coming.
Things, of course, would look subsequently good in games that are coming. The thoughts of VQ. The final 15 minutes of that game has just kicked off. If it does stay this way, West Ham United will go through to the next round. But if Burton Albion decide to put a spanner in the works, we might have penalty shootouts or even something worse. But in Turkey, I can tell you that Alanyaspor have taken lead against Konyaspor. 1 goal to nothing in that particular fixture. And almost 10 minutes. This would have been an interesting pick, actually. Bundesliga boys. 10 minutes draw, looking good as it stands.
Celta Vigo have taken the lead once again. 78 minutes against the Espanyol. It is 2-1 in that fixture right now, Adam.
It is 2-1 in that fixture, and unsurprisingly, Borja Iglesias, the name of the goal scorer for Celta de Vigo, one of the I saw a thread recently online that said if you want to win La Liga, there are some men you have to bow down to. One of them is Borja Iglesias. He just scored against Espanyol, and Celta de Vigo on the verge of all 3 points. Another 12 minutes away from that one as it stands. Having a decent season, by the way, I must confess. In Europe, not doing so badly, and even in the league form, they still keep it together. They are 6th on the log, Celta de Vigo.
Okay.
Not having a bad
season. Impressive.
Normally, when you see small teams like that, get European placements, they tend to wobble one for the other. But so far, they look like they are carrying their weight well on both sides. Solid rock.
All right. Let's continue. Of course, we're looking at Nottingham Forest, and if you think yes, Vitor Pereira can still help them stay up in the league and battle themselves out of the relegation waters. Yes, do you think Vitor Pereira, can you trust him to say that, look, this is a good move and this man can definitely get them out of that place? He did that with Wolves last season, but yes, this season, by the time he was fired after 10 games, he had only 2 points to show for it, even in games where people thought, okay, they should have been able to win those and put themselves on the path to getting out of that difficult place. That didn't happen, and the questions kept mounting until he was shown the exit door. He gets hired to come survive another team. Can he do the job? Hello?
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 Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
My name is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, welcome.
For me, I feel like Pereira is the man. Honestly, that's how I feel.
Okay.
Last season when he was hired at Wolves, like same exact scenario, and he had a run. Even let's say win manager of the month at some point, he was so good at that time when he was hired. Maybe he understood what is going on. Maybe he understood the challenge. Maybe this is the kind of challenge in thriving. So I believe I just want to give him the chance based on what he do for Wolves last season. So maybe he can just give them that small run. They should just escape the relegation zone. So that's what I think. Thank you.
Okay,
right.
thank
you very much for that
Thank
one,
you
Emmanuel.
for that one, Emmanuel. Of course, talking about the man, he says he's done it before. Coming into scenarios like this, I mean, you have to be skilled at things like this. To be honest, it's not exactly
Big
easy.
Sam.
Yeah, I mean, he did it a lot of times until one time he couldn't do it, and since then
West
he
Brom
has
that
not come
finally
back.
painted him. Yeah.
He has not come back. In fact, West Brom was actually taking down a few of them. It was same West Brom that took down Tony Pulis, and it was hard for them to ever stage a comeback and put themselves in that situation where things would have looked good for them. But
What a
yes,
chance.
Bolton Albion almost finding the back of the net right there against the West Ham United. Again, is there a better way West Ham can actually manage this and
At
beat
this point,
themselves out of this place?
what they've done in the last couple of minutes, speaking of the West Ham team, is they more or less just had 9 men sit in and defend and hold on to whatever it is that is left of the game. And for Burton, they are enjoying that advantage. What they did is to leave Tati Castellanos on the pitch. Speaking of Nuno Espirito Santo, leaves the striker up front, and every time they get a breakout, Tati Castellanos is the first point of contact, joined by Somerville most of the time. So far so good. It's not exactly worked out. I mean, obviously they've not gotten a second goal or anything, but it seems like a dangerous plan to execute at this point. You just allow them to walk all over you. With all due respect, I mean, I don't say it. Callum Wilson was the one who was taken out for Axel Disasi, by the way. Just getting confirmation on that one as well. Also, because it was extra time, they had an extra substitution. Mamadou Kante was taken out. Lewis Orford was brought onto the pitch. So West Ham United holding on by 1. 10 minutes of this game left to play. The question is, can they survive this? I think they should have brought on Wan-Bissaka, by the way. That's a guy that can do both back and front. I think that would have helped them instead of just.
I guess it will, but maybe they're also considering that might need a bit of rotation, given what he's been able to do in the course of the season, and all these cannot.
It just feels
all
like they're
these are
playing
factors
fire.
you also want to consider. Again, you get burnt, but let's hope they are fireproof as far as this particular situation is concerned.
Celta de Vigo's goal has been ruled out. Of course, Borja Iglesias' goal does not stand. It is 1-1 between these two sides, Espanola and Celta de Vigo.
Leverkusen have taken the lead, yes, against San Pauli. 1-0 is the scoreline in this fixture. They met midweek. I think it was San Pauli that won that game. Yes, and now, of course, Leverkusen,
They are here once again.
they have gone in front in this
Leverkusen
game
won in
after
mid-
14 minutes.
Okay, it wasn't both of them in Munich. I think it was Mainz in Munich.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But they met already this month. I beg your in the Pokal this month, Leverkusen 3-0. They won that particular game. Vicky, of course, speaking about that particular one, they made it 2-0 in quick succession. Leverkusen 2, St. Pauli 0. 13th minutes the first goal. 15th minute the second goal. Of course, has just popped in as well. The first one was an own goal, and of course, Leverkusen look like they're flying away to 3 points this weekend already, as it stands. Of course, at this point in time, the only center in the German Bundesliga to produce goals after almost 15 minutes across board. Elsewhere, of course, Frankfurt against Mönchengladbach still goalless. Hamburger goalless against Union Berlin. Bayern Munich against Bremen goalless, and Hoffenheim, of course, the other game has already kicked off between themselves, and Freiburg also goalless in that particular fixture. But of course, the conversation still continues around Vitor Pereira, but I just want to stash in something else. Vicky, of course, I mentioned the lineup earlier between Manchester City and Salford. The last time City played in the FA Cup, it was Exeter City. 10 they got pummeled. This Man City side, the last time, as a matter of fact, they played against Salford. They played last year in January. Man City won that game by 8-0. They played last season, and I remember that game actually. Now, he was in the FA Cup as well. McCarthy scored a hat-trick in that game. Doku scored twice. Grealish scored his first goal for a very long time, and he was like a I won't call it a testimony thing, but it was like it was a big deal at the time. But a team that has scored 10 in their last round of the FA Cup gets another small side. How many did they go score today?
Okay, let's see how that goes. In the meantime, let's take you somewhere and let you know that as far as the games are concerned, yes, results are definitely looking good for some people. Yes, especially if you are a Leverkusen fan or you took Leverkusen to win today, or 1 up or 2 up. Well, they have definitely responded by giving you 2 quick goals in quick succession. Right there, making sure, of course, they are rising to the occasion as much as possible. Trenčín have taken the lead against Slovan Bratislava, and surprising lead there. Celje against Mura. Mura have drawn level 1-1 in that game, and I can tell you that Partizan Belgrade still lead by 1-0 in their fixture as well. Skali Khalid against Mialovka by 1-0. Pedrozova against Rosenberg. Of course, it is still goalless after 15 minutes of action right there in those games. Sivasspor against Vanspor FK. It is 3-2 home side. Sivasspor lead in the game. Yes, 3-2. That I can tell you certainly, as these games continue across all of these centers. Yeah, and if we go to okay, let's get back to the big one. It is Espanyol who have now taken the lead against Celta Vigo, 2-1 right now, and it's halftime. Como trail against Fiorentina. It is 1-0, and it's halftime in that game. Como down to Fiorentina. Yes, Fagioli's a goal. Yes, the difference between the two sides. Como asking all the questions early in this game, but yet to crack it.
Yeah. So far so good. Of course, that is where we stand. Almost about 5-6 minutes left for West Ham United to see out this particular game. We'll see exactly what they can make of it. 090 44,000 889, 090 41,000 889. Those are the numbers to call this afternoon. As well on WhatsApp, you can leave us a message. 090 44,000 889. Vitor Pereira, could he perhaps be the savior for Nottingham Forest in what is looking like a slippery slope in that particular center for the boys at the City Ground? Oh, wow, come on, that should be 2-0. Somerville 1v1.
Yeah,
had a chance to bury the game.
Missed the chance again, and gives the opponent a lifeline. Now let's talk about Barcelona and Hansi Flick, because Barcelona head coach, Hansi Flick says, he said his side were taught a lesson. They were taught a lesson by Atletico Madrid as they suffered a 4-0 loss at the Metropolitano on Thursday in the first leg of the Copa del Rey semi-final between the two teams. All 4 goals were scored in the first half, with Eric Garcia's own goal opening the scoring before strikes from Antoine Griezmann, Demola Lookman, and Julian Alvarez sealed an emphatic victory for Atletico. The return leg will take place at the Camp Nou, on the 3rd of March, with the winners meeting either Real Sociedad or Athletic Club in the final. What do we have coming? My brother, what's going on here?
I think, okay, on Thursday before I left,
can Barcelona make a comeback and
the
still
last
qualify?
The last time Barcelona were beating 4-0 in the first leg, you will go back memory lane with me, PSG. I mean, they did it. I don't think.
Not that year.
Now, I will be honest.
Not that year.
I'm
not saying they can't score 4.
4
but there's no way they won't
Simeone.
concede. There's no way they won't concede in the process.
I think they would win the second leg, but it's too huge a deficit.
Yeah.
It's too huge a deficit to call back. That's the problem. They should have done better to keep it at least to keep it respectable. They could have easily, if it was a 2-0 scoreline, I could tell you easily they would call it back. 3-0 would have been difficult, but very possible. 4, which means you have to score 4 unreplied goals.
You have to score 5
4 to even stand a chance to restore parity, 5 to turn it around. Are you trying to tie their hands behind their back, or what exactly?
If you tie the hands, would you tie the legs as well?
Bruh, it's going to take magic.
Go hard.
The good news is now what could seem like good news for them is by then everybody expects Pedro to be back. By then everybody expects Rafinha to be back as well. That would give them a better chance. Barca have scored 4 against Atletico de Madrid side before. As a matter of fact, on multiple occasions last season, they scored 4 against Atletico de Madrid, and they did concede. There was a 4-4 and there was a 4-2.
Okay.
So they know how to score. I don't think that is the problem for FC Barcelona. Goal scoring is not a problem. Whatever happened on Thursday, the coach, I think, would figure it out. And like you said, they would do better. They will come to the camp now and all of that, but I think 4 is too much. I think 4 is too much for them to crawl back. They just have to let them know that the Copa del Rey is out of their hands.
Okay.
Keep it respectable and give a good fight in the second leg.
Can Barcelona come back, or you think this is out of their hands already? Yes, let's hear from you on the show as action continues on Football Live. Yes, you think Barca can come back, or you think this is way out of their hands right now. 4 goals conceded. Maybe there's no way back in for Barca. You think they can still come back, or you think 4 goals is just too much for anybody to think of a possible comeback right now as it stands? Yes, you think anything changes, or you think the 4 goals is the end of the road for Barca's dream of retaining the Copa del Rey? Yes, can they come back? Can they change anything about this one, or you think it's
Otilo?
Otilo. Is it Lord? It hasn't law. Let's hear from you. Hello.
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 Good evening.
Good evening, Misha on the line.
Welcome.
Yes, welcome.
So, I want to talk of that of Barca.
Go on.
So, I'm saying Barca cannot come back. Although they will win, they are going to win the second leg, but it's going to be like 2 to 3 goals because they cannot qualify again. But I didn't mean they wanted to it should have been like 4-1 or 4-2. So that then they are going to have confidence.
If it was like a 2-goal deficit. Yeah.
But since it is 4-0, no, I'm not sure. And it's not even possible. It's not possible because maybe they even they pay flight if Atletico Madrid make them come now. Where they go Atletico Madrid go food and give.
Where's it concerned for this father?
Adam Baba no talk. Maybe that time when they talk say una go win Ademola look now. I did they find you yesterday if I say this no talk.
The same me that said
go make her hide.
Come on, even before I left on Thursday.
They don't let you behind now.
No worry. Can't you go? Thank you very much for calling. Appreciate you. Harry Kane has put the ball in the back of the net from the penalty spot, and Bayern Munich have a lift off in that game. Harry Kane from the penalty spot, ladies and gentlemen, he's going 1-0 in favor of Bayern Munich against Werder Bremen, of course, in that particular fixture. And elsewhere, there's been a goal, of course, in Serbia. Partizan have made it 2-0 against Subotica. Barcelona, can they? They have a good chance. They will have a better chance of winning, but coming back, it's a long shot. It's a very, very long one. But if it happens, I would have to buy a new Barca just to commemorate the occasion. Even if we don't win Copa del Rey or we don't win anything,
what would you write on the jersey?
Just because we did a remontada of 4 goals against the ultimate form of Harambo. No, I go buy a new Barca jersey for this house. 09041,889, of course. Those are the numbers to call. FC Barcelona 4-0 down.
Hello.
Emmanuel again.
Emmanuel.
I don't know why. I could have said that to buy that Ademola Lookman. You didn't buy that guy. What with Gabriel Martinelli?
This are not different thing. You talk like this, which I'm saying. By this.
Stay with me now.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello,
Yes,
we can
good
hear you.
evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Fantastic. What's your name? Sorry? What's your name? Come on, bro.
Tell us your name.
Come on,
You
bro.
ask us who they talk. Now for
Now you call us. Now you ask us who they
Now
talk.
so who
Which
you
guy?
dey hear? For where you dey? Who you dey hear? Who you dey hear?
Another goal in Germany. Frankfurt have taken lead against Borussia Mönchengladbach. 24 minutes on the clock. Frankfurt won.
Expected.
Mönchengladbach nil. So yeah, the goals are slowly trickling in Germany.
Celta Vigo have made it 2-2 against
You are
Espanyol.
joking.
Today we
You
are
are
not
joking.
no
Borja
winner
Iglesias in the
emerges.
93rd minute.
Yes, and that of course is what is going on right now. And what's going on? There's a bit of a scuffle in the game between Bolton and West Ham United. Yes, they did fight.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not sure what the problem is.
Of
but,
all people to play peacemaker, Konstantinos Mavropanos.
you don't see life.
I do not believe it.
You don't. No, he's not a hothead. He's a
Fair.
cool guy.
I know,
He's
he looks like a gangster. I'm sorry to say.
because of the kind of eyes he has,
And then you hear his name,
he's Greek. No, they don't have simple names in Greece.
Papastatopoulos.
They don't have simple names in Greece.
Yellow cards, of course, are flying left and right. The referee, yes, is dishing out a couple of cards. The goalkeeper for Burton up all the way, of course, in West Ham United box. Also gets a yellow card for his participation in that scuffle as well. About 2 Burton players got bookings from that participation, but it looks like the final kick of the game would still be a Burton free kick. They can still break West Ham's heart. They still have the chance. The dream is alive. Can he pull a what's that guy's name again? Anatoly Trubin. Real Madrid against Benfica a couple of weeks ago. Could he be the hero for his boyhood, for his team? His name, the goalkeeper's name is Bradley Collins. He's been shown a yellow card for his actions right there as well. Yeah, that one of course is that, and they're still pushing. The game is not over yet. 120 minutes already completed. 2 minutes were added. We are currently in the 4th minute. And with that defensive clearance, it is all over. West Ham United did it the hard way, but it is in the bag. They are through to the next round of the FA Cup. 1-0 after 120 minutes. Christensen Somerville, the difference maker, and it is official. They are going to the next round of the FA Cup. Nuno Espirito Santo and his boys advance in the FA Cup.
Congratulations to them. But Bayern Munich have made it 2-0. Yes, in the game against Werder Bremen. No surprises whatsoever. Harry Kane once again on the end of that one. Yes, Al Hilal Omdurman have won their game against San Eloy Lupopo. 1-0. Of course, they topped the group and they advanced to the next round. The game between Mamelodi Sundowns and MC Alger. Yes, that game is still on. If it ends this way, of course, MC Alger are out of the competition.
Yes, they are.
And yes, they will be out. Mamelodi Sundowns finished second, and they continue in the competition as action. Yes, does continue. It's half time. Dinamo Zagreb lead against Eastern 1961 in that fixture. Yes, 1-0. It is right there. And I can tell you also that, yes, in other parts, going to check about the game now. Jagiellona against Cracovia. It is goalless, 55 minutes on the clock in that game. Let's go to Partizan. Yes, it's halftime and the lead 2-0. Celia lead 2-1, of course, at halftime against Mura. Mura have had a man sent off as well. Let's let you know that Slovan Bratislava against Trencin. Trencin, yes, they still lead by 1-0. It is a shocker that they are leading on the road against the Slovan Bratislava side, who of course have been doing very, very well in the league and even had to play in Europe and kept their cool. Union Berlin have a penalty. Yes, Union Berlin have a penalty against Hamburger. Yes, in that game, Union Berlin, they have a penalty. We'll see how that turns out. At halftime, Como knew Fiorentina won, and Cesc Fabregas and his guys will probably have to find a way around this one. Slovan Bratislava have considered a second goal. Yes, they have considered a second goal in this game. Yes, they have considered a second goal against the Trencin. 2-0 right now. It is Trencin scoring a second in the game. Of course, it is beyond their wildest imagination. I'm sure they will definitely be celebrating as this one stands. 95 minutes, Sivasspor 3. And I can tell you, Vamspor FK have just scored their third goal to make it 3-3 inside 95 minutes of that game. Yes, 95 minutes, 3-3, the score line in that fixture. And definitely, yes,
Union Berlin have converted the penalty.
Okay, Union Berlin, yes, penalty converted. They lead 1-0. Yes, they lead 1-0 as action continues in the centers where the games, of course, are pouring in. And we're definitely bringing you a live action. We're talking Hansi Flick and Barcelona. Yes, of course. Let's find out from you this evening if you think, of course, they can still turn this around or it's the end of the road for them. Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello. Okay, you're not ready for us.
Okay, try to get in.
Text us on WhatsApp 090-44,889. You can also call that number or call the other one 090-41,889. Is it the end of the road for Hansi Flick? It is over in Spain, by the way. Espanyol 2, Celta de Vigo 2 over in that particular fixture, and both teams will share the spoils. Any moment from now, the 4 p.m. games will be live in the English FA Cup. Burnley, Mansfield, Manchester City against Salford, Norwich against West Bromwich Albion, as well as Southampton in action against Leicester City. Those are the games, of course, set to commence in coming moments. The players are already on the pitch for Manchester City as well. Players are already on the pitch, of course, of final exchanges. Matthew Donoghue, the referee for that particular fixture. In the championship, of course, a couple of games are set to happen as well, very, very soon, as well as in League 1 and League 2. So, yeah, welcome to crunch time in football, I guess.
Okay, let's, of course, take more of the calls. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, hard for us to hear you. Let's take more. Hello, we have them coming in. Good evening.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yes.
Hello. I just said good afternoon.
It's Vicky.
You don't put the call from. You don't put calling from our bag now.
Go on.
In another practice. That's why I don't come back because 4-0 is too much. And then we go for West Ham. They try to work hard to win the game. And for the other coach now, I don't think that coach is scared to because and I'm not sure. Well, but I wish him good luck, sir. Thank you. And God bless.
All right. God bless you too.
Thank you so
very
much
for calling.
that
Appreciate
one
you.
on the show. Yes, keep it coming. And we've seen them score goals before. I mean, goal scoring may not be the problem in this case. But how to stop their backline from conceding
Now that high
will
line
definitely be the problem.
Now that high line.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. Let's do your best to get back again if you can hear us, and let's hear from you. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening to you.
I greet the
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah. This for Barcelona. But you know, they don't come back because Ademola Lookman, he wants to prove something for that La Liga this year. Even the second leg, he go see say Atletico Madrid go add more. So he had the Barcelona, they don't see her coming. They don't see her coming, say Atletico will be there like that. So I'm not sure say they will come back. It don't go be that. Let us try another season.
Okay.
I beg, President, I beg, help me check time where we go play our FA tomorrow. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, thank you as
right.
well
Thank you
for
very much
that
for
one.
calling.
Please, Adam, confirm when they're playing that game.
Yeah.
5:30 or
Arsenal
thereabout.
play tomorrow in the FA Cup. Of course, we know that one. I believe it's a Wigan Athletic. Yes, it is indeed. Wigan Athletic against Arsenal, 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. My time. I will be the one in action. All
Okay,
right. No
okay.
problem. I
Adam
got
will
you.
be here. Hello.
Hello.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon.
I am here.
Welcome.
Yeah, this is Igwe from my 12.
Okay,
You're welcome.
let's
Talk
hear
to
you.
us.
Yeah, for Pereira and Wolves.
And Forest.
This for Nottingham Forest. Sorry, this another tax for this for Victor and his guys there at Nottingham Forest now. But for me, I just say that maybe see what he can achieve with the guys this season. At least staying on some of the league. But I'm always like I don't know what to say about this Nottingham Forest. Because these are the guys that Lulu take to the Europa League the other season, and now look at where they are. In fact, I've been looking at the last few seasons. These are guys that have, should I say, invested heavily on this squad that they shouldn't be on this place that they are now. But let's see what this man can salvage for them at the end of the season. And for Bakarai.
Yes.
Baka Atletico Madrid.
Yes.
Yeah, second leg. For me, Baka no la leave him. He don't go. Yeah, let's see. Because of what? For me, I want Lookman to get at least something this season from Atletico Madrid. I think the trophy is very, very important for him. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for that one, of course. Hello.
Sorry,
try to reach us again.
It is 2-0 between Eintracht Frankfurt and Borussia Mönchengladbach. A second goal has been scored in that particular fixture. Okay, yeah, Frankfurt 2, Mönchengladbach 0. And the only game in Germany without a goal at this point is Hoffenheim against Freiburg. 35 minutes on the clock, no goals yet.
Okay, let's go to, of course, the Scottish Premiership. Dundee FC. Yes, they have just taken the lead against Livingston. Inside the first 3 minutes of that game, it is 1-0. Falkirk against Dundee United, of course, is goalless. And Hibernian against St Mirren, also goalless after 4 minutes of that game. Second half have started. Alanya Sports to lead 1-0 against Konyaspor in that game. Borak Panjaluka against Zrinski, a top of the table clash right there, of course, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we'll see how that turns out. Omona Nicosia, yes, they are in action. They take on Paralimni in this particular fixture. 4 minutes into the game, no goals recorded just yet. But I can tell you for certain that, yes, the man, Francis Uzoho, yes, he doesn't start today. He starts from the bench for Omona Nicosia in this particular fixture. Action is kicked off, of course, in the championship as well. A couple of games and right there.
There we go.
And yes, we will, in the course of today's edition, bring you more action. Now, but I can tell you that Manchester City, yes, we have a lift-off, Adam.
Yes, indeed. Ryan Aït-Nouri. I thought he was going to be a cutback, but he went for a shot instead. And yes, from a tight angle, has beaten the goalkeeper. The Algerian wing-back has put Manchester City up in front against Salford City. It took them less than 10 minutes to, of course, get the party started. 6 minutes on the clock. The first goal of the 4 p.m. kickoffs in the FA Cup comes, of course, from the Etihad. That's good work, of course, started. Ryan Cherki, nonchalant pass, of course, a good finish. Looks like there was a little deflection as well. But Tijani Reynolds, of course, good work as well. Aït-Nouri in the back of the net. The goal stands. City 1-0. They lead against Salford. And in Germany, there's been another goal as well. Hamburger in action against Union Berlin. And Berlin took the lead, but Hamburger have definitely found an equalizer in that fixture. 36 minutes on the clock.
Okay, found a way to peg them back early in the game.
Over 1.5. First half alone. Except Hoffenheim and Freiburg, everybody has scored 2 goals in the first half.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay, let's see how that goes. I mean, interesting days ahead, and of course, the games unfolding before our very eyes.
Absolutely.
Dundee FC have made it 2 goals to 0 against Livingston. Yes, they scored that goal in the 3rd minute, and now they have scored a second goal almost immediately to double the lead in that game. Then they are taking on Louvain. Yes, in the Jupana Pro League. But yes, we're still talking about Barca, and if you think they can stage a comeback. Hello.
Hello.
Vicky and Adam, good evening.
Yes, good
Welcome.
evening.
I'm fine. My name is Odi Zambanefu.
Okay.
Oliver, you're welcome.
Yeah. You are talking about our Barcelona. Whether we will be able to come back in the second leg.
Yes.
Impossibility is not in any way. But even if eventually we don't come back, no wahala, because we are the holder. So if Atletico Madrid will test it this time around, maybe just because of the love we have for our brother.
Brother, 4-0 is not love. 4-0. Not below.
Vicky, don't mock us.
That one now beating. Now me they mock una. Sorry, now me they mock us.
Even Adam will be say now a fake fan. He follow the mockers.
What?
See, no, we be Barcelona fans till Jesus Christ come. right from inside my mother's womb, I have become a Barca fan.
Yeah.
So no wahala. Even if we don't come back, we come back against PSG. I think you mentioned it here.
Yes, I did.
So, but it's a different Barcelona team anyway. For this.
Oh, sorry about that, but I think you made your point already.
Heart of heart, you don't know no go come back. Now, why you say even if we don't, so that it will sound as if okay, this brother did these guys. Even if we don't come back,
I was saying because I realized one thing. Before the game, I know on Thursday I was still here and we're talking about the game before it started and everything. And my mind, I'm like, there's no Rafinha, there's no Rashford, there's no Pedri. Bad as bad. Then beat us, but I was like, I was leaning towards the draw, and I was like, second leg. Everybody should be back and everything. We can complete the job at the camp now. But 4-0 in the first leg, I did not see coming. And I'm telling you, if I'm being objective myself, that second leg, you know, go past 3-1. That's like the best. 3-1. Barca would win 3-1 or something like that, and that would be it. Barca returning a 4-0 deficit. Wow. That would be like a miracle right in front of my eyes. I don't see it happening. Especially against Atletico Madrid side. I don't see it happening. Let's just forget about it. 09044,000, 889 09041,000, 889. The numbers to call. Hello.
Hello, Adam.
Yes, good afternoon.
Happy Valentine's Day to you and your guests in the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is famous Masha.
Sorry?
This is famous Masha.
Masha, welcome.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah. I think maybe Barca should forget it. Should go and focus on La Liga. Then next season they will not play Copa del Rey. But as for this one, in fact, it's done and dusted. There's nothing to play for. There's nothing to hope for. That Barcelona fan should give it. See, this is not PSG of 2017. No, this is Atletico Madrid, where there's Ademola Lookman. and Simeone, the matter of pack boss. And then I'm so happy that Liverpool is going to win Copa del Rey.
Okay.
And I'm very, very happy. At least this will boost his chances of becoming an African best next season. Even from that one,
Could be onto something.
I think what was the game? Arsenal or your topic? What's in it?
Nobody is talking about Arsenal. I don't think we mentioned
Any
Arsenal.
idea? I'm watching Atletico Madrid. They are going to win. Second leg, they are going to win.
Okay.
1 goes to 2. Barca 1, Atletico 2. They are going to win that game, and they are going to win the trophy.
Okay.
Good one for Ademola Lookman. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling. Appreciate
All right,
you.
thank you so much for that one. Let's let you know that Fiorentina have a penalty which they have converted against Como. 2 goals to nil. It is right now 2 goals to nil. Yes, they have scored a second goal. Celia, of course, have made it 3 goals to 1 in their own fixture. Yes, what they take on Mura. Mura have had a man sent off in that game. It is now 3 goals to 1 in that game. Okay, yes, 3 goals to 1. It is right now in that game. Yes, action all over the place. Yes, results of games are going down, and we are definitely serving it to you right here on the show today. Yes, it is still Football Live. 12 minutes past 4. Yes, 12 minutes past 4. And let's take you back into the Bundesliga. Of course, before we go to the championship, and let you know that yes, games are taking place right there, and only one game is yet to produce a goal. Hoffenheim against Freiburg is goalless. But yes, Werder Bremen trailed 2 goals to nil against Bayern Munich. It is 1-1 in the game between Hamburger and Union Saint-Gilloise. And Eintracht Frankfurt under Alberto Riera, yes, the new coach of the side from a Liverpool player. Yes, they lead 2 goals to nil.
Finally, there's a goal in that game. Hoffenheim have just taken the lead against Freiburg.
They were always going to take the lead. Had a goal ruled out for offside by the VAR the last time.
I don't think this one will stand as well.
This might be the same case.
I think this one, of course, might also go down as another scenario like that. But the scoreline need alter for a moment. But he's back to his resting state. Okay. I think the goal has been chopped off again.
All right. Let's go to League One. Yes, Barnsley lead against the AFC Wimbledon. And the game between Blackpool and Plymouth is still goalless. Bradford City lead against Peterborough. And Cardiff, yes, they have gone 1 goal up against Luton Town. Exeter against Northampton is goalless. Lincoln against Bolton is also goalless in that fixture. Louvain against Denda. I did say Denda were going to score today. 11 minutes in, they have their 0.5 in the bag already. And that is a very, very good one by their standard and what they have been able to pull off in that game right there. Manchester City against Salford. Yes, it is 1 goal to nil. 13 minutes on the clock in that game. City already in front. Yes, Aït-Nouri, the man to give City the lead.
Just a little pinch on that particular one. Aït-Nouri's goal, well, it's been reassigned. It's been given as an own goal to Alfie Dorrington. The man, of course, it looks like he had a little deflection after he left the boot of Ryan Aït-Nouri. But regardless, the scoreline doesn't change. It's just the name of the goal scorer that, of course, is altered. City still lead in that one by 1 goal to nothing. The only goal so far in the afternoon kickoffs in the English FA Cup. And for Como, it's not looking good. 2 goals down. They've made a couple of changes already, but it's not exactly looking so good. Alberto Moreno, of course, are off the bench in that fixture. 57 minutes on the clock. Como nil for Fiorentina 2.
Not to make any excuse for them, and I think they really started the game slowly. And Fiorentina have been that side with nothing to lose. They have perfectly played like that. They have shown more hunger, more desire, going for it as hard as they want or as hard as they can. And it has looked really good. I mean, they have to dig themselves out of the relegation waters. Talking about Fiorentina. And this game only takes them at par with Lecce, who have a game to play, a game in hand on them. And then Cremonese are 2 points ahead of them. Genoa are 2 points ahead of them. Parma are 5 points ahead of them. Torino are 6 points ahead of them. Cagliari are 7 points ahead of them. And then Sassuolo, who are 11th, are 8 points ahead of them. So it is still within touching distance for them.
There's enough
25 games. I think how many more to go?
13.
13 more games to go
There's
as
enough
far as this
fixtures
one is
for them to pull
concerned.
it
So
off.
yeah, I think with the quality of fixtures they have in front of them, they can definitely still pull it off and escape relegation. And I think, you know, you want to before you go for the relegation 6-pointers that will count in your favor, that you can easily win. Get the scalp of some of the big teams that are above you, you know, to
Make a
shore
statement as
points. Yeah, shore points as much as possible, and then put yourself in a position to advance and get out of a difficult situation. We're still looking at Barcelona, and yes, of course, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more as the action continues on Football Live.